Good morning. Welcome to the main stage here at the MODUS Super Series. It's a new day and the beginning of a brand new group. But before we talk about Group C and the main programme from 9:30, myself, Chris Mason and Matt Egger are going to review what we've seen in Group A, where Lucas Venig has become the first player this week to qualify for Saturday night's finals. And Chris, for a debutant, he was mightily impressive.
Yeah, very good. Didn't look phased at all, which we didn't expect him to be. He's got some European Tour experience, but you know, you've still got to come to a new venue, a new environment, new players. But yeah, mightily impressive. Averaged over 93 for the course of 3 days, which is, yes, right up there with some of the best stuff we've seen.
And Matt, to be fair, the overall standard in this group has been absolutely superb. We've seen quick-paced players, really good averages. There's not been much not to like.
It's been a really good group. Like I say, the pace of the group's been really good, and the standard that we've seen all the way through. We've seen even Davy at the bottom of the group. We saw him come through good at the back end of yesterday. He had that 99 average, which was the best we've seen from him, and kind of the best we've seen from anyone this week, really, other than Lucas Venig. So he's shown us what he can do. He's shown us he's got that ability, and he's got another bite of that now coming into this in Group C.
I think I posed a question to you at the end of Tuesday's programme. What did Davy have to do on Wednesday to get himself in the best possible position for later on this week? Well, he showed the true Davy Proosten on Wednesday, and perhaps will now see himself as a real contender in this group.
Yeah, I think he used yesterday. He knew he was out of the equation with regards to finish, definitely first and second or third. So it was about just getting used to the environment, resetting, focusing on Group C, which gets underway at 9:30. And he produced. He missed the ball to win a really good game, and he had, I think it was one dart at the ball against Lucas in what was probably the best match of the session yesterday. So yeah, he'll have a lot more confidence coming in today, but it's a really tough group.
And what about yesterday, Scott Baker? Definitely Scott Baker. He was had a really good day on Tuesday, backed it up on Wednesday, going into tonight's Group B, a really tough Group B as well. If perhaps he had a little bit of a better Monday, although he played well, didn't get the results, could we have been seeing him into Saturday night's final as opposed to Lucas?
You sure it weren't Stuart Baker?
Oh, I knew that was coming up at some point.
No, Scott played really well. Scott played to his levels, but Lucas was just a class above. I don't think it mattered if Scott found a little bit more. I think Lucas was in a position he was always going to find a bit more as well. The big alarming thing for us when we looked at the stats this morning was Scott Baker on throwing against the throw. He was very good against the throw, just like Lucas Venig was, but he was getting broken so often. The holds of throw was weak. He was more likely to break the throw, and this is backed up by data, not an opinion. He's more likely to break the throw than hold the throw.
And just finally, Mace, talking about today's group, we've got Matt with us on the balcony today. What are you looking forward to seeing most?
I think Dave Prins could be a surprise package. He's played very well in the seniors. He's a rock solid player. He's been around for years and years and years, and he's the kind of player that will enjoy this environment. It's incredible that he's making his debut, but I was sure he played before, but he's definitely on debut. It may take him a while, as we've seen players on debut, unlike Lucas, of course, this week. But yeah, it may take him a few matches to get up to speed, but he will be in the mix. And Josh Payne is such a talented player, and you know, we all enjoy seeing him here at the Super Series. He gives us lots of 180s, lots of big averages. So I think it may come down to Josh and possibly Dave Prins, but you know, you can't write off Franz as well, because he's produced some good stuff, although a little bit erratic at times.
Well, it should be some days action. Chris Mason's going to be in the commentary box all afternoon. Matt Egger's going to also be there, and he's going to be with me up on the balcony in about 5 minutes' time. So do stay with us on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And while you're there, why don't you give us a subscribe? There's going to be plenty of shoulder content on there as the weeks go on, and we'll join you for the live action in Group C in 5 minutes' time. Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. It's Thursday, which means the beginning of a brand new group. Group C will begin this morning before Group B beginning in the evening. But before we look ahead to that, let's look back at the best of the action from yesterday as we completed Group A. And so those were the highlights from yesterday's action. Happy to say that Matt Edgar has joined me up here on the balcony to look back at that and look ahead to today's action. But before we look ahead to the beginning of Group C, let's reflect on Group A, a group won by Lukas Venig, and in some style.
Some style indeed. He played extremely well. Oh, the rightful winner. He was very good, and we picked up at the very start there. It's those legs against the throw. Normally, against the throw, you're not going to get as many breaks, but he was breaking everybody all the time on a regular basis.
Well, as you can see with the table there, he won the group on 24 points. His closest competitor was Scott Baker on 18. So he didn't just win it, he won it quite comfortably in the end.
And that does come down to those breaks a throw. When you've got 22 leg advantage, that is a lot of breaks. I think it was 18 breaks and 11 times he was unable to break the throw, which normally, even the other way round, you'd be happy with that. Scott Baker could have won that group, but it was his holder throw that let him down. He was breaking just as well as Lukas Venig, but was more likely to break the throw than hold the throw. So that's something he needs to have a look at before tonight's group.
Well, let's look ahead then to today's Group C, where when you look at the bookmakers' odds, there's two really strong favourites to win it, and they both play in match two, Davy Proosten and Josh Payne.
The two players as well that are coming here for the first time. We've seen Josh a lot. That was in the old venue. This ain't going to bother Josh. Josh is used to stages. Josh is used to this sort of environment. I expect him to hit the ground running. I expect him to do really well. He's got over a 91 average for all his games here, and he's played nearly 140 matches. That is a very, very big amount of data to judge over, and 91 is very impressive.
Well, there's going to be 3 players coming in from Group A. 2 of them are playing in our first match. The other one being Davy Proosten, who we said after Tuesday, what did he have to do on Wednesday to get himself in the best possible shape for this Thursday and Friday stint? Well, yesterday, he really did show up, didn't he?
Well, you said, what does he need to do? Ask him, he's found it. He knows what he needs to do because he worked that out yesterday. Those last 3 games was very good. He nearly beat Lukas Venig. He was nearly 100% on the doubles. He had that one dart miss, took out 108, 105. He had that 99 average, which was 99.89, I think it was. Yep. It was fractionally under the 100. We can call it 100. He was very impressive at the back end of the day. So whatever he needed to do, he did. He's just got to keep that going now and do what he did in that incident.
And the other 2 players are the players that are playing in our first match of the day. Franz Roetzsch taking on Thibault Tricole, the Frenchman. Let's talk about Franz first, because he got to a fantastic start on Monday, and maybe the reality of this competition set in later on in the week.
Really needs to find that big C word, consistency. We've seen really, really good. We've seen the good, the bad and the ugly from Franz. And if he can find a little bit of consistency, he could be a contender in this group as well. Some of the things we've seen, though, his best darts come in clusters. And we can see that just in terms of the 180 stats. He's got a lot of 180s, but 75% of his matches, he hasn't hit a 180 in at all. So all those matches have come in, or those 180s have come in that small 25% of games where he hits. So it tends to cluster everything together. And if you can spread that out and be a bit more consistent across the board, he's a genuine threat to this group.
And then his opponent is the Frenchman Thibault Tricole, the Lakeside World Championship finalist from earlier on this year. Do you feel with Thibault just needs to tighten up a little bit in areas?
Yeah, there's a few loose darts in there, isn't there? We've seen him miss big numbers. We've seen him hit that double 10 trying to set up 14 on the split when he got a nice big section of the 10 and the 6. All that's forgotten. It's a new group. That was Group A. This is now Group C. Fresh start. None of that really matters now. Everyone's on 0. You start again. And it doesn't matter if you finish bottom with no points. You're in the same situation as everyone else now, and it's looking forward, not back, and that's what Thibault's got to do here.
We've got 25 live matches throughout the course of the day to keep you entertained here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Shall we get on with it?
Why not? Let's get some darts going.
Let's play some darts in the company of this man and Chris Mason in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, we have. We've got a double session day today and tomorrow, of course. Well, we know one player is already awaiting 5 that will come out of this Group C and this evening's Group B. Remember, 2 go through from Group C, and it's 3 from Group B. And there's only 5 players in tonight's Group B. And that is your reward for finishing in 2nd or 3rd.
Okay, first leg, it's
Group
France
A.
to throw first.
Our referee.
Game
Biggs.
on.
These two are playing their 4th meeting this week. It's 2-1 to Thibault Tricole. And he's the outsider of the two to win this match.
140.
And a very bright start. And I agree with
70.
my co-commentator, Matt Edgar. Thibault Tricole has got to eliminate some of those erratic moments that we saw across the 3 days of Group A.
It's probably why the pair of these
68.
are in this group in general, really. They've both played some really good stuff at times, but it's that inconsistency and it's that erraticness. Missing big numbers to set
100.
up shots or busting things that really are just costing you opportunities. And in this game, you don't get many opportunities in the first place.
No, only the best of 7. All the way through.
28.
Every match at the Super Series is best of 7. First to 4. 2 points for a win. And one thing's for sure, maybe not in this
100.
Group C, but in tonight's Group B, the leg difference will play its part.
Oh yeah, this is all about getting those wins and getting them early. This is only a 2-day
95.
group. We've just seen Group A. That was over 3 days. This is over 2, so less time and less opportunity to get this wrong. Only 2 places to go through, so realistically, we're looking at a minimum
100.
7 wins. In some
170.
cases, you're going to need 8.
Yeah, that's for sure. You've got to hit the ground running in this group. And it's last chance.
55. Thibault
for the players, Group C and
131.
Group B. Can put some pressure on this 115.
85.
A badly thrown
White Rock
second dart is
115.
missed by small margins. Trouble 19 for double. I prefer the start on the 57 there, Matt, on 115.
42. Thibault require 46.
Looking back through my notes and things from previous days, and I've shown concern about
Game
Franz
shot on the
losing that
first leg.
vertical line. That is one of the
Thibault
first things you'll
Tricole.
ever learn in darts. Vertical line, keeping straight. And he tends to lose that line quite a lot. He lost it again on that last start going in the treble 1. And when
Second
we
leg
look
is
back through the
Thibault to throw
scores, 55,
first.
95, 45, he's losing it almost every 3 darts at the moment, which is a major concern for me this early on.
85.
Yeah, I mean, especially the way he started on day 1 in Group A. He looked to have found another level, and there's another example
36.
of losing the line and then over-adjusting with dart 3.
Shows there's a problem with the release, doesn't it? The
97.
release point is completely off. He's not feeling comfortable at the moment. Might just be a little bit cold in the hands, maybe. It's a little bit chillier down here this morning.
always say it's about
60.
timing. It's very much like when you...
Nearly a repeat of yesterday. Good job Gavin Carlin's not on the stage, or he might have been pinned to the dartboard there.
Yeah, it's like when you hit a snooker ball
60.
or the cue ball. It's all about timing. And if you almost reverse that of a cue action and turn it around, it's almost like the action of throwing a dart, which is probably why a lot of snooker players are very good dart players. One comes to mind, Mark Williams. He is very, very good.
Interesting you use that comparison as well, because I often get asked how tightly you should hold a dart. And I often compare it to a snooker cue. If you hold a snooker cue tight, it's not going to freely move through the hand. The same with the grip. If you're really tight on that barrel, you're not going to be able to release, and you're putting force down, and then you're trying to exert the force.
94. Thibault 122.
And that's when you get a very wristy throw, of course, which is something you don't want. 10 or 6.
90.
Big target. This is a good start from Thibault. After a shot after 15, as he did in
100. Thibault
leg
require
1.
32.
Franz is way back.
Game shot on the
We both
second leg.
liked Thibault in this one,
Thibault
didn't we? Even
Tricole.
money. And he is doing the business so far. 91.09 the average after 2
Well, I
legs.
guess France
2
to
out of
throw
2 on the
first.
doubles. Which cost him dear yesterday.
The destroyer is getting destroyed at this stage of the game. So Thibault needs to
81.
tidy it up, and he's more than tidied it up. This is some of the best we've seen from him all week, which is quite actually something we see quite often, actually. When players have a bit of a rough group A,
85.
they almost appreciate the fresh start of the new group, and we get to see the best of them from that point.
And we've seen that pattern before from Tricole. Not always played anywhere near his
85.
best stuff in the opening 3 days, but has then got better as the week has progressed, and is doubling across the Group A,
60.
the lowest of all players, down at 28.91%.
But he's burning darts here, Franz. 81-85. He's in the treble 5 again.
55.
Now, what that does is that means he needs an extra treble. And he's almost getting to the point where he's going to need 2 extra trebles. And this is with throw, and he's making it more hassle for himself from losing that vertical line.
140.
Like Thibault is playing around the 91 average, pushing the 92. He's going to put that little bit of daylight between them if he keeps losing that line.
140.
Right on cue. That is more like it from Franz. You can sometimes try and be a little bit too deliberate and analysing Franz's throw. Just like him to,
44.
as you say, be a bit more softer on the
140.
grip. Try and get a bit more fluency, a bit more fluid.
60.
Down to 80, but Thibault can pressure. Try and force the double break.
60. France require 80.
Should get his first dart at a double as long as he can stay straight. Does get his first dart at a double. This has been his strong point
40.
throughout the week.
Thibault require 112.
Yeah, his doubling, 35.78% across his 15 matches played.
80.
That's the
France
first start
require
of the double.
40.
Thibault has missed.
So stats-wise, this should be going. He does like tops as well. He won't like that lie. He'll have to come round there. The flight is in the way.
Game shot.
And that is a fantastic dart. He had to come
France
round the dart and
Roetzsch.
come round the flight and just tucks it into the bottom corner. Gets his first leg on the board. Well, that was a fantastic dart.
Four
by him.
Yeah, he had
Thibault
to, he had to
throw
pick a
first.
side there, didn't he? Left or right, chose right. And found the perfect part of the double, but it's only a holder's throw.
100.
We're saying about his doubling being good, and you say there 38%. What would you say would be a percentage that you'd strive for as a professional?
121.
As a pro, I think they pretty much look at 40% or more. You know, I think anything 33.33% and above is pretty bang on. So if you're leaving a double after 12 or 15, which is where you sort of strive to be. Well, you want to be better, but if you can consistently leave a double after 12, you're not going to lose too many matches. And then you've got 3 in hand, you should be taking it out. Or you will take it out with those stats.
140.
Yeah, I agree. 1 in 3 is probably the baseline, the par.
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm doing any kind of practice sessions, that's sort of where I look to be is 33% and above. But
61.
more often than not, you look at the stats of the top pros, and they seem to be around 40% and above, which is
99.
over a long course is outstanding.
It's the difference.
Yeah. And we all know that hitting doubles is infectious as missing them. When you start a match and you're
180.
you're missing
62.
doubles, you tend to miss doubles throughout the match. Oh, that's a great first start.
46. France requires 60.
Over adjustment. Early doors though.
You see where that big 180 in the last shot gone from 240 to being on a 2-dart finish.
Game on the 4th
I
leg.
love it even more now.
France Roetzsch.
Sort of came from nowhere there to win that leg. It looked like Thibault was going to push himself to a 3-1 lead, and Franz ends up with a 14-dart leg there, courtesy of the 180.
Game on.
And he's now got the throw back. It's essentially a best of 3 with Franz throwing first. So the pendulum has swung back in his favour, and he's back to being the favourite to win.
Well, there was something that we picked up, and I was
180.
just about to say it. We were looking at his 180 count, and he's at 8 for the week, which isn't as low
140.
as Davy or Thibault, but of that, you know, those, sorry, not 8 for the week, he's at 7, well, 8, 9 now, it was 8. But they come in clusters, don't they? He went, what did he do? Something like 4 matches yesterday without hitting 1 at all.
And then he had 1 match where he had 3. It's about 75% of his games so far this week. He has not hit a 180. And that's why I said at the very start of the show that I'd just like to see a bit of consistency from him. If he can find that, we've seen at the very top end of his game that he can certainly win this group. But
60.
B and C game's just not quite tuned in yet, which things like this are going to help him develop and grow that.
Yeah, I think that's key going forward, is to become
83. France
to become a top pro, you've got to have a great B game. Because the A game takes care of itself, but sometimes you've got to win ugly.
43.
And those elite players' B game is sort of between 90 and 95, and if you come down a level, the B game becomes between sort of 75 and 80.
60.
Well, he's had darts in
France
each
requires
of
78.
the last 3 legs. It's only first to 4, of course, but he could have won this 5-0. Shake of the head from Thibault. He fears the worst. Is he right to?
66. Thibault requires 38.
Options here. Is he going straight for it? Or is he going to? It looks like he's going to switch.
Yeah, I like that. Although double 16 has not been kind to him.
Game shot on the 5th.
This time it is, and it's a
Thibault
great
Tricole.
response. It's a 15-dart break back. Could have been a lot better. Now he has
6 leg. It's Thibault to throw
the throw,
first.
and this time it's to win the match. He's maintained this 90-plus average throughout, hasn't he, Matt?
We said we wanted to sort of tighten things up a little bit. And a good indication to that is not seeing the average move too much. If 1 minute he's on 95, then he's 85, and it levels off about 90, it just shows a wavy,
100.
inconsistent game where he's always been around this 90 to 92 mark, so a much smaller window in the average, which just screams consistency.
140.
Absolutely. And his average at the moment is 94.38. His high for the week so far, 91.76. And his running
57.
average, 84. But he's putting 10 points on his running average in this one. There are those numbers.
60.
Could have done without that, but all barring a max, he's got absolutely control of this leg and match.
140. Thibault
not too long ago, and he hit the 180, took out the 60 and punished him. So we saw earlier in the week as well, you keep a player alive, they can come back and
65.
punish you, and This is not job done yet for Thibault.
We've seen a few 3-0 leads be wiped out with players winning full 3. Got to be careful here. Can't go for a 20. Single 20 leaves 159.
28.
Another example
Thibault
of what you said,
196.
Matt, about losing the line.
This is for the match. Leave it handy,
56.
knowing that that last start from Franz has left him in France. 176, he can't be finishing this. He can leave it on. We could do that 180 earlier on, but Thibault has got a chance to get this one wrapped up.
Game shot on the
He
match.
does wrap it up
Thibault
with a
Tricole.
very, very nice 16 dart leg. His winning legs in that match, 17, 16, 15 and 16. All equates to a beautiful start for the Frenchman, 91.48. When we come back, Josh Payne against Dave Proosten.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Thibault Tricole has taken the opening honours here in Group C, following a 4-2 success over the German Franz Roetzsch. Let's have a look at the stats from our opening game of the session. And for Thibault Tricole, a 91.48 average, 4 from 10 on the doubles, a high out of 46. A really, really good start to the group for the French touch. Franz Roetzsch, 2 from 7 on the doubles. He'll be looking to improve upon that as the day goes on. So in terms of the table, it's quite simple, really. Thibault won the first game. He's top of the group. Let's get into game 2. It features the 2 favourites to progress through Group C. It's Josh Payne up against Davy Proosten, and earlier on this morning, the Badger caught up with Phil Bars.
Davy Proosten, welcome to the MODUS Super Series, making your debut here today. Excited?
Very posh, very good. So it's very welcome to it.
You've obviously seen it online and on TV. Is it what you were expecting when you walked through the door?
You're watching on TV, I think it looks good when you get here. It's even better.
Lots been made of the Super Series. Even at your wily old age, you've seen it all. Can this still help improve your game?
Oh, that's all right. I mean, I'm the old dog now, so I mean, just on a stage, it's like a stage presence, and that's the dark being there.
Even though you've been it all, seen it all, is there still some nerves ahead of play today?
Oh yeah, I come in here and I had a bit nerves, butterflies, but a few darts up here, then I'll be all right.
Have you picked some of the brains of the people in the practice room and the people that have played here to see what it's all about and what it's like?
I'm not bothered about that. I'm not, it's me. I hobby darts, and then they've got to worry about me.
What would it mean to get to Saturday night and play in front of a live audience here?
Yeah, good. I mean, stage, I play well on stage, but let's bring it on.
Looking forward to it.
I am.
So then Davy Proosten speaking to Phil Bars early on this morning. Incredibly, he's a debutant in this competition, up against a man playing his 101st match in this competition in Josh Payne. He's the favourite to progress through this week, and he takes on Prince, who's the second favourite to actually get through this group as well. Payne will be hoping to do exactly what Scott Williams did last week and make the most of his second opportunity in this phase to progress his way through to Champions Week. What's going to happen then as these two duel on the stage? Let's find out in the company of our commentary team. It's Matt Edgar and first, Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, so it's the unbeaten Davy Proosten. These two have a little bit of history. They first met as far back as 2012 in the qualifiers for the 2013 then BDO World Champs. It was Davy Proosten winning 2-1. He went on to qualify and then went on to lose in the first round to Richie George. You may remember, made it all the way through to the semi-finals, wasn't it?
Yeah, be happy with a semi-final on your resume, wouldn't you, for the World Championships? And it's interesting how you say they met in 2012. It's quite interesting, 10 years ago, when we saw the graphic there. Josh Payne just 28 years old, so actually got quite a lot of time on the board, despite the fact being just 28 years old. And that shows the development systems and the youth systems and everything that's in place, that players are competing with the seniors.
Hey, first, I guess Josh to throw first.
I sort of
Game
think
on.
a player starts to peak around about 30 on average. They met again in the UK Open in round 2, 2015. Revenge for Payne on that occasion.
57.
He won 5 legs to 4 with a very impressive 94.58. He'll be hoping for something similar to that today. But very experienced Davy Proosten. He's played in 6 World Championships, WDF World Championships, 4 UK Opens. Also competed in the recent World Seniors Championship, making it all the way through to the quarterfinals.
He's been regarded as dangerous, hasn't he?
Yeah, rock solid player. You tend to know what you're going to get. You're going to get something between, more often than not, is between 85 and 90. You'd expect him to have a running average after a couple of days of
90.
Between 85 and 90. If you don't play well against him, he will beat you.
We know Josh is running average here because we spoke about that quite a lot over the week. 91 over all those games. The Challenge Tour is slightly under that, 89.47, but that puts him 9th on that order of merit. But what's quite interesting is the relationship of him being 9th in the order of merit on averages compared to where he is in the league table on the prize money won. His actual Challenge Tour ranking is 116.
180.
Yeah, you can only suggest, or it does suggest, he's not had a particularly fortunate season. Let's put it that way. Losing a lot of games by the odd leg here and there, and that can happen.
Joshua require
you know
84.
You can get certain draws, play certain players that just all the timing and things are wrong. And say when you think you're 9th on the
44. Davy Rock
but not even in the top 100 on the
156.
order of merit, it's unheard of.
This year, Josh Payne has played, this is his 148th match this year. He's averaging
54.
91.35.
Joshua require
has a
40.
high of 113.49.
Game shot the first leg.
And he's
Josh
at
Payne.
206. Well, make it 207 180s in the process.
And that's why he opened the week
Second leg is
as the
Dave to
bookie's
throw
favourite.
first.
Obviously, he's moved
Game
out
on.
of that favourite position at the moment on the fact of how well we saw Lucas Vennig play and the fact that Lucas Vennig has already negotiated himself a space in Saturday's final. Josh comes through this, it'll be interesting to see what they do with that.
120.
I think they'll just let you pick them and just put them at the same sort of price.
Well, there's been some money for him because first thing this morning when you were perusing those odds, he was, what was he, 4-11? Favourite for just this match?
He's 4-11 favourite for this game, but he's gone off actually at 1-4 favourite. So people out there in punting land are all over Josh Payne here for this
60.
Yeah, backed in by a point and a half in a 2-horse race, and against a player on debut here. Like I said, he may take a game or two to find his feet, just to get used to the environment
78.
and all the processes.
Had quite a process getting down here yesterday from Durham.
Yeah, it's a long old jaunt that.
I've got it down as a
137.
minimum, depending where what part of Durham he's from. I've gone for the minimum first, which is 670-mile round trip.
They do that in horse racing, don't they? The furthest travelled.
And
As an
often what
indication
happens-
why they bring a horse all
58.
that way.
Yeah, normally people back them, don't they? So by that logic, we should all be on Dave Prins.
I was one of them.
140.
They brought this horse. Looks like it's got no chance. All this, and the amount of times they win is mad. Davy Prins will want to avoid having his throw rope. Needs another treble.
85. Joshua 164.
Like Lucas Vennig, Josh Payne's another one who likes to look after himself. You can see the physique on
84.
Josh.
Davy Rock
I myself felt the
160.
power of Josh not long ago. He gave me the Superman, where you go to shake the hand and they pull you and you end up laid across the chairs and the table.
He's a big boy. Tops for a 160.
120.
would have been a big boy finish.
Joshua require 80.
A little bit awkward. Might have to come to the right-hand side here and come round. That's even more awkward. This would be a fantastic dart.
40.
That's a very good effort.
Yeah.
Davy require
Wasn't
40.
easy. Yeah, I remember Josh from those days as a youth player, and he was slightly built. Let's put it this way: he's like a racing snake. I didn't see him for a couple of years, and I had to do a double take.
30.
Dear,
Joshua require 40.
well, you can't afford to do that at any level. Never mind here. You would think that would be punished.
No score.
Wow.
Davy require 10.
It's another opportunity to get his first leg on the board.
Game on the second
That's
leg.
his first leg of
Dave
the match.
Prins.
And his first leg ever in the Super Series. 1-1, and it's all
Phil
going
against
on
Josh to throw
but
first. Game on.
without drama. Josh could have opened up a gap there and been thrown for 3-0 here. And Josh is a thinker like that. He'll be aware.
Yeah, he had 4 darts there.
119.
I mean, the mental side of the game should be a real strong point for him, of course, shouldn't it? There's a great coach in that department.
27.
Something I expect to see coming into darts a lot more as players' budgets start going up. You know, back in the day, we spoke about it quite a lot this week that you didn't barely have enough budget for yourself, never mind to start employing further help or seeking further help. But with the increase in prize money and opportunities and everything that's available, there's an opportunity here for players to start reinvesting back in themselves to reap greater rewards.
Yeah, I don't necessarily get involved in the coaching side of things with the higher end of the sport, but I certainly do a lot with the players with
135.
regards to nutrition and exercise plans, and I don't call them diets because they're not diets, it's an eating habit.
The lifestyle.
Yeah, it's a lifestyle choice. I'm a great believer.
45.
Eat bad, you feel bad. I wonder if him and Lucas will be, if Josh does progress to the finals
99.
on Saturday night, him and Lucas will be exchanging protein ingredients, protein shake ingredients.
I mean, I can't lie. My dream one day was to have, you know, the doner kebab
87.
skewer, but in
Josh
the
requires
kitchen.
Yeah, yeah.
63.
Yeah, that was like at one point a dream of mine.
Oh, well, there's a very, very healthy version of that. I'll send you the
Games on
link
the
to it.
third leg. Josh
63 and a 15 darter from Josh puts him back in front for the second time, and it is absolutely fabulous. You
Fourth leg, it's Dave
cook
to
the
throw
chicken
first.
and you put it on the skewer, and then
Game
you
on.
just slice it off and put it in your flatbread, and away you go. Bit of salad.
Got a feeling my Twitter's about to explode with people asking for Mace's recipe for homemade doner and chicken kebab.
59.
Everything's on throw here, but all the numbers are suggesting that
99.
Josh could extend his lead with a break here somewhere. It doesn't look at the moment that Dave's got enough in him to take the throw off of Josh, so
Well, most likely it's Josh to break the Prins throw, isn't it?
like Thibault in the
60.
opening game, running around about the 90. Thibault did end that game on a 91.48, so set a good marker down. That's sort of where you need to be to win this group. About a 91 will see you over the line.
Yeah,
100.
if you average 90 over the course of the 10 games, come tomorrow afternoon, you will be thereabouts, if not top of the table. And don't forget, double session day, Thursday and Friday. Tonight's Group B
100.
gets underway at 10 p.m. on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and Sporty Stuff TV. And we kick off with a game we've seen 3 times already this week. Gavin Carlin against Scott
92.
Baker. Then Mike Warburton against Mike Gillett. And Niall Cullerton is our 5th player. He's up 3rd against Gavin Carlin. That will be an exciting group.
Gavin Carlin, probably the most popular man in darts at the moment, trending around the world for
140.
nearly pinning his opponent to the board yesterday. We nearly saw that again with Franz, didn't we? Struggling to get the darts out the board. I wonder if he's got some of these more aggressive, grippy points.
Some whiplocks.
100. Davy Rock 142.
She's seen Simon last night. Had a good chat. He's in a good place right now. Looking forward to the really exciting end to the season.
87.
Culminating, of course,
Josh
with
Rock
the
110.
World Championships.
So 55
70. Davy require
Dave to get his
55.
second leg on the board.
45 from Josh Payne is a little reminder to Dave that he can't afford to miss, and that's a forced error. Tops.
Game shot on the fourth
Excellent
leg.
recovery. It'd have been
Dave
easy
Prins.
when you missed that first start, but that's the experience coming through there with Dave Prins. 53 years old and, like we've mentioned, played on stages around the world.
Fifth leg is
and
Josh to throw
on the
first.
world stage.
Game on.
And just didn't fluster, did he? Didn't flap, just in control. Sees it out with the last dart in hand.
Easy to have stepped away
180.
Had a negative mindset going into the 13 and tops. That's a second max for Josh Payne.
100.
It's a hectic period, of course, now.
100.
All the players.
There was a bit of a tongue twister there. I nearly went for, but I bailed on it. It was going to be Dave Prins Pings. And
80.
try getting that into a sentence, I can imagine, would be the old red lorry, yellow lorry.
Of course, taking place over the next couple of days is the
140.
Europe Cup in Spain, in Valencia. Good start for all the home nation sides over there. World Grand Prix kicks off on Monday. Of course, it used to be the double in
100.
Dublin.
Require
It's now
81.
in the Morningside Arena in Leicester. I think tickets are available for that. Tickets, of course, available for Saturday night. Why don't you come down and join us?
Game shot on the fifth leg.
As a 12
Josh
darter
Payne.
is landed from Josh. Yeah, join us down at the Modus Live Lounge
Sixth
for
leg
the
is
Super
Dave to
Series
throw
Saturday night.
first. Game on.
You can reserve your tickets for £5 via www.dartshop.tv. That £5 is redeemable upon arrival.
140.
A real intimate venue where you get to watch the action up close and personal.
Just cast your mind back about a leg or so ago. Maybe 2 legs.
100.
Says Josh Payne looks likely that he's not going to get broken in this game. And then on throw, goes out in 12 darts and leaves Dave back on 2-2-1. He was 6 darts clear of him there on that hold of throw.
140.
This is better from Dave. He's going to need to do this against the throw, and he's only got one more opportunity to do that if he takes this leg.
100.
140s. Sort of retaliating that sort of 4 visit to the board leg that Josh served him up.
And we've got the final European Tour, 14th to 16th of October.
60.
And the final group of Players' Championships events. And then it is the European Championships from Dortmund in Germany. That will be on ITV
97.
and Viaplay.
Davy Rock 161.
And it's the wonderful Grand Slam of Darts, one of my favourite tournaments to watch. Wasn't one of my favourites to play in.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
Route 1
Dave
darts.
Prins.
For Davy Prins, a 12 darter of his own with a 161 out.
7th and final leg. It's Josh to
Smashes the
throw
highest
first.
finish of the week so
Game
far
on.
from Scott Baker.
It's only took him less than a game to do so. But Josh on throw.
140.
140. 97.57 the average. He's 12 points ahead of his opponent in this one.
His average on throw is over 105. That will take some breaking.
60.
You're going to have to find a 12, aren't you?
Found a 12 in the last leg, but finding a 12 when you open with 60 is an uphill battle, to say the least.
57.
Going to have to find back-to-backs.
Just opening with that 140 just means that he's always got that cushion unless Dave hits big.
100.
25th to the 27th of November for your diary. The Players' Championship Finals from Butlins in Minehead. Always another great tournament. It's the final big
134.
event before the Worlds. Again, ITV Sport.
A little delay before Josh's last throw. Dave Prins did a Robert Thornton where he comes off the oche and sort of slips down a little bit.
78. Joshua Quire,
Delay seemed to have done
170.
quite well though. 134 to leave him the 170 for the match. Not many players win a match on 170.
94.
Can you remember Kirk Shepherd's when he celebrated and went off the side? I think he broke his ankle. He certainly tore some ligaments.
He tore his trousers as well once, didn't he? This is good.
133.
When you're starting to think they could be out, that's
Joshua
really good thinking as
76.
well. He's left the 130. That means he only needs one treble for a dart at the bull. If Josh does not hit this double eight, which he
Game
does.
shot
Last
on the
start in
match.
hand, a really good
Josh
polished performance
Payne.
there for Josh Payne. He was the bookie's favourite before this week started, and now has shown us why. 96.69 the average, 2 180s, couple of big legs in there, certainly on the throw. He looked unbreakable at times. He starts the day with 2 points. 4-3 victory over Dave Prins.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. And what a game we've just witnessed between Josh Payne and Dave Prins. We gave it the big build-up, and rightly so. Let's have a look at the stats then. From that previous encounter, which Josh Payne won in the deciding leg, a 96.69 average for the man they call the maximum wise. For Dave Prins, what a checkout that was, the 161. Was it in any doubt? I didn't think it it was, to take us all the way to a deciding leg, which Josh Payne eventually ended up winning. So our third game of the day will see the final two players we haven't seen yet in Group C in action. It's the first game of the week for Steve Haggerty, who joins the process today and tomorrow. However, we've seen Davy Proosten on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in Group A. And Wednesday was a really, really good day for the Dutchman as he gets himself into some form ahead of today and tomorrow's action. Remember, it is 2 from 6 that will progress their way through to Saturday night's finals. And you can join us for Pompey's Darty Party. Head over to www.dartshop.tv for more information on how you can be part of the live crowd, the live audience for Saturday night's finale. But let's focus on the Thursday morning action and hand back to our commentary team. It's Matthew Edgar and giving us some more brilliant recipes. It's Chef Mace.
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, you only got to ask the boys here about the spag bowl and the chicken wraps that I've done for the last couple of nights.
Okay, first leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, here is Steve Haggerty, someone you know well. He did pick up a challenge tour, just finding a way
2-1.
to beat you in the semi, Matt, after you missed, well, a couple of handfuls of darts.
59.
Had a good day that day, came through, won the title. Got on a couple of Pro Tour call-ups as well that I think might have actually set him back a little bit more than
100.
forward at the time, because he didn't have much success there, and
Yeah,
you know
well,
that Pro Tour eats people alive.
Yeah. Well, he played 15 times
43.
as a reservist, getting called up, and only won 3 matches in the process. And you say that can
85.
dent your process, and it's the manner in which you get beat as well.
We won that Challenge Tour on the opening weekend of
58.
Challenge Tour. I remember it well, like you say. I lost in the semi-finals and had a few misses, so I remember that very well. And since then, has only gone on to win another £50.
65.
£50 is the prize money you get for the last 64 of an event.
Yeah, well, I'm a great believer as well. You go out and do that, and it comes with
140.
pressure, doesn't it?
Stevie Rook,
Absolutely, because
170.
the first thing you've done, you put your name in the headlines.
Yeah, and you've got to back it up.
So it'll be a good way to start the day. We've seen him before.
98.
Yeah, he's played on a Friday and Saturday again in your group, didn't he? Did you get some revenge?
96. Stevie Rook, 72.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm one of them people that remembers all these sort of things as well. You like to
Game
bring it
shot the
back. But
first
that's a
leg.
great start, and that
Steve
is pretty much
Haggerty.
bang in the middle of the double there for Steve. That's going to settle him in and make him feel good. He probably has watched
Second
the
against
last couple of
Davy to
days
throw
and he's
first.
seen the struggles
Game
that
on.
Davy has had, and he'll probably come up here fancy in this one. We'll say about the struggles Davy's had. The most recent form of
100.
Davy has been actually extremely good.
What was that in?
In here with the 99 average
27.
at the
Oh,
end of the day
sorry. Yeah, I
yesterday.
thought you were on about Steve. Yeah, with Davy. Yeah, he played towards the back end of yesterday. He produced some of his best starts. Looks far more
60.
confident, and as you say, it's a fresh start for the players today. So what's happened before is irrelevant.
95.
They made Steve favourite for this one, didn't they? Or did they make Davy favourite? I can't remember.
Davy is favourite despite playing against the darts and despite what we've seen for the last couple of days. So Steve Haggerty at
100.
evens might be representing a touch of value.
140.
He looks comfortable enough up there, that's for sure.
$100.
I think the next game that's coming up is really an exciting one for me. Thibault
137,
Tricole and
141.
Josh Payne. They both started the day very well.
Yeah, that could be tasty.
Thibault opening with a 91.48, Josh with a 96.69. And I think
61.
it's
Stevie
probably the
Rook,
way round Josh will
102.
want it at this point. Try and attack Thibault. Thibault will be throwing first in that game, so he's for a breaker throw.
84.
A million
Davy
miles away.
Rook, 80.
Yeah, and we know with Josh, if he if he starts well, he'll go on a run, and he'll be very pleased with that performance. Oh, tops.
Game
cheeky.
shot on the
That will
second
do.
leg. Davy
Like it,
Proosten.
Davy. 17-dart hold with the tops, and to be honest, I can speak from
So look at
experience. When
Steve to throw
I've not
first.
been finding the lipstick with too much regularity. I will go tops with 3 in hand.
125.
See, my initial thought was, just seems a bit over-aggressive, especially for this stage of a group. Now, we saw him do this yesterday, and we saw him do it the day
44.
before, but it was a different situation.
Yeah,
The
it was
group
out of
was
the running.
over, it was all done. He couldn't really do anything in the group, and I think in this situation where we are one leg into the group,
140.
I think it might have just been a touch over-aggressive. It worked. It was great. It's worked. It's fine. But it just comes with added risk. And risk you don't really
140.
need to be taking at this phase in a group.
Absolutely. James
60.
Richardson's over with his son in that Europe Cup I mentioned a little earlier. He's all tuned in, watching us on the beach. I'm not too jealous.
Probably
96.
Heard you talking about recipes and thought I'll come in because we know James likes to brew up a curry in the room.
Yeah, he loves the old slow cooker, doesn't he? Brings it with him everywhere.
85.
He loves a ruby. So do I. Do you like a curry?
24.
Nah, my Corma
Stevie
man.
Rook 191.
That's like a dessert. It's not even a curry.
I do have a garlic naan with it though.
Wow. You
59.
are such a rebel, Edgar.
Yeah. I eat that when I'm sat in my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pajamas and
100.
Sugar-free
Required
Coke.
32. Game shot on the third leg. Steve Haggerty.
There's the double 8, and that's another 18-darter on hold. So Davey will be pretty
it's
aware
Davey
that
to throw
I've got to
first.
find a 15
Game on.
or better to try and get that all-important breaker throw. Priority number 1 is to hold.
134.
only managed 2 legs below 15, and we've seen him play 15 matches.
140.
So the likelihood of that happening on previous isn't very positive.
45.
Well, it becomes unlikely.
But with all things, especially in sport, it's about what's happening now and what's happening next, not the past. That just gives
97.
us a little bit of a indication. But
It just gives us insight, doesn't it?
there's nothing stopping him going up and throwing a 9-dart leg.
140.
And we've seen plenty of them at the Super Series, and more often than not, they seem to come from nowhere.
81.
Well, you say, oh, well, he hasn't done it yet. He's not hit a 9-dart or anything like that. And then go, well, no one hit a 9-darter until they did.
Yeah.
So
60.
has to happen at some point or come from somewhere, and this could be a breaker throw here. Steve is chasing him down.
99. Davy Rock 122.
Well, he's just kept the pressure applied throughout the entirety of the leg. He's going along very nicely here, averaging over 90.
76. Stevie require 84.
I said he was chasing him down. He's should be getting a dart here. I say should. He does.
Game shot.
What
the
a
fourth
recovery.
leg. Steve Haggerty.
First dart goes in the 5, and then he had to be perfect from there. He lost that line, but then recovered the situation perfectly with a treble 13.
Fifth leg, it's
double top.
Steve to throw first.
And that is a
Game on.
15-dart breaker throw.
Well, we suggested a 15 would be more than enough to get the break of throw.
46.
There it is, the averages. Well, it was over 90 prior to that visit of 46, which just gives Davy the opportunity. The doubles,
23.
well, impressive from both.
$100.
Mentioned about losing the lie in the last game, and Davy's done that there with the first 3
59.
darts, not 1 dart going straight, and you can see that that's where the frustration comes from. When you start losing that vertical line, it's 60s are frustrating enough, but when you're starting to go in the 5s and the 1s, that's when, as a player, you recognise that something is wrong.
Yeah, I was doing it last night, and it was just at a point where I was just trying to force the issue. Just you unknowingly just put a little bit extra on the throw, and that will push them left and right, and the timing goes because of the over grip.
60.
That's been a fine motor skill. Just makes it one of those things that when you try more, you tend to do worse.
Yeah.
You know, like going to the gym, you know, if you go in there and you put more effort in, you get better results.
Yeah.
You try harder, you get more. With this game, you try harder, you get less.
Yeah.
You need control over aggression.
Yeah, I always say you got to be focused but relaxed. Just let it flow.
59.
Very much like hitting a golf ball.
Stevie require 88.
Trying to hit the skin off a golf ball, you let it nowhere, or maybe that's just me. Right. He's got time on his side here. Double 8 for another great
72.
recovery. He will take that.
That was a happy miss, really, for him, wasn't it? Coming wide there because he didn't get the weight of the dart right. Could quite easily have bust that into the 16, so we'll be happy to come back at double 8, 3 in hand. Opponent back on
Stevie
104.
requires 16.
This would be a great way to start his campaign.
Game shot on the
And
match.
he does start his campaign with a win, and after one cycle of matches, goes top due to the leg difference, winning 4-1, 86-76. The average just dropped off towards the end, 44% on the doubles. Well, that is pretty much a perfect debut, or, well, a debut here at the Modus Live Lounge. Steve Haggerty taking the win 4-1. Up next, Thibault Tricole against Josh Payne.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Haggerty has made a perfect start to life here in Group C with a 4-1 victory against the Dutchman Davy Proosten. Let's have a look then at the match facts from that game. An 86.76 average for Haggerty, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, and an 84 high out. Davy Proosten only actually had one darted double in that match. He took it on the back of an 80 checkout, and so our first cycle of matches here in Group C have been completed. Well, 2 of our first 3 winners are in action in our next game. It's Thibault Tricole, the Frenchman, up against Josh Payne. Tricole beat Franz Roetzsch 4-2 in our opening game of the day, whereas one match later, it was Josh Payne who got the better of Davy Proosten in the deciding leg after Prins nailed a 1-6-1 checkout in that particular match. A reminder as well, you can be a part of this amazing, immersive and unique darting experience here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets are available for Saturday's final. £5 deposit, which is redeemable once you enter the venue, is www.dartshop.tv for more information. And whilst you're watching as well, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. It is MODUS Super Series. We've got plenty of shoulder content available throughout the course of the next few days. Talking about shoulders, Josh Payne is on the stage now. He takes on the Frenchman Thibault Tricole. But who's going to have that je ne sais quoi in this next match? That's as far as my French goes. Let's head back to Matt Edgar and to Chris Mason.
Nice work, Henry. Nice work. See, that education wasn't a waste of money. Yeah, looking forward to this one. This was a bit of a standout game for both of us, wasn't it, Matt?
Absolutely, yeah. And to get it this early as well is quite a good time to get it when both players are still really hunting their positions in the group, and we haven't got any negative thoughts. We should get the best of both here. They have both won their opening games. Josh really standout performer, 96.69, but the stat that was most standout to us was how good he was on his throw. He is going to need a breaker throw to win this because Thibault will be throwing first, but 16, 15, 12 and 15 gives him around about 105 average on the throw.
Yeah, that will take some beating if he can sustain
It's
that.
Thibault to throw first.
He was at that
Game
knockout
on.
last night. I say little, it was well attended. Congratulations to Brandon Weaning, son of Australian legend Wayne Weaning, who
60.
defeated me in the semi-final and then defeated Simon Whitlock in the final. They actually met on Tuesday in a semi-final, and it was Whitlock who got the better of him on that occasion, so revenge was sweet for Brandon. Nice guy too. Big future. He's over here to playing the PDC World Youths after qualifying out of Australia. Big future.
$58.
So in the last game, we wanted to see a tightened up version of Thibault, and he did that. His running average for the week was 9 points lower than what we saw of him in that opening game. So certainly relishing the fresh opportunity to start all over again.
It's a totally different mindset, isn't it?
98.
Good last one. Just keeps him in touch. What could be the telling factor is the constant pressure because of the
100.
scoring prowess of Payne. Certainly brought the pain for Dave Prins.
99. Thibault, you record 133.
Oh, Payne will be back at 106.
Certainly be a pain.
93.
Yeah.
Josh require 106.
For a break of throw. The earliest opportunity. Treble 18.
36. Thibault, you require 40.
Just for a holder throw on the opening leg.
Game shot on the first
It's
leg.
a 16 darter there
Thibault
from
Tricole.
Thibault hitting that one with the first dart, and a comfortable holder throw, really. Josh unable to get down to
Second leg is Josh
a
to
single
throw
dart,
first.
ended up on the 70, so going to need to find something there.
Well, this is definitely a better version
59.
of Thibault already. So far today. averaged over 90 in his opening match.
125.
Over 90 in this one, so an indication that he fancies this one. It's been a very tidy start.
99.
Doubling percentage up as well, 40% in the opening game. He's hit that one with a first start as well. That has been a major problem for him
55.
over the last couple of days.
Yeah, it was a big flaw in his play, wasn't it? He was basically giving people opportunities that they shouldn't have had.
140.
Around about the sort of 28% mark. Which
Yeah, for 3 days that was, wasn't it? And that's, well, that was the lowest, incredibly,
97.
of all players.
because he was missing handfuls.
Yep.
Like that last shot there where he wanted 40, he'd come up and he'd miss 3 darts at it, or he'd miss 2 darts at it, then miss the 3, and they
59.
soon start racking up. And they soon pull those stats down when you start missing handfuls.
Yeah, it pulls everything down massively, doesn't it? Especially your averages.
136.
you
Josh
can-
Brook, 144.
You can look at the end average of a match if you've not watched it and think, well, that was pretty ordinary. But, you know, 3 of the 4 winning legs could have been absolutely
58.
outstanding.
You may
And
require
then
88.
you miss, in one leg, miss 5 or 6 at a double. It takes you from a 90 plus into the mid 80s.
Game shot on the second
Again,
leg.
The
Thibault
finishing
Tricole.
is solid from Thibault, and we were talking about a break for Josh. And it's Thibault who gets the first break, leads 2-0.
So look, it's Thibault to throw first.
That's a 15 darter, which in the opening game, Josh would have been home and hosed with a throw after 15 darts.
100.
Instead, he's been broken. He was still back sort of on the 86. He's not got himself down to a finish as of yet.
On throw, he was
60.
averaging 5 visits or less.
Josh Payne was the bookie's favourite for this game, 8-13. Before the off went 8-15, so that means again money came in for Josh.
180.
He's been backed in. Look at this
125.
start from Thibault Tricole. I don't really recall at any stage yesterday him threatening a big 100-plus average.
85.
Can you, Matt?
No, not all week. He's not looked likely, and comfortably sat over that 100 at the moment. Josh, 96 in the last game.
180.
need to find that and
Thibault
maybe a bit more.
136.
Both level up at the 136 after 9 darts, but Thibault does have first poke. Going to set this up
96.
absolutely
Josh Brook,
perfectly.
136.
Fabulous second dart, wasn't it, to work around what looked like a blocker. He'll go down to the 19s because that was a real blocker.
96.
He leaves tops.
Do we require 40?
Both of them leaving tops after 12. High quality.
Game shot on the third
Wow.
leg. Thibault
16,
Tricole.
15 and 13 the darts used in the opening 3 legs for Thibault.
Full package, Josh to
Just
throw
44
first.
darts,
Game
which
on.
equates to an average of 102.48.
Start of the show, Henry asked me, he says, Matt, what does Thibault have to do?
134.
If he does this, he'll win the group. This is fantastic darts.
Yep. Confidence breeds confidence.
140.
Said all week he sort of had a bit of a false position in the table, but he sees this one
97.
through, it won't be a false position, and Josh is in a little bit of danger here because legs do come into play. Just when there's only 2 places available, and you don't want to be
100.
taking a 4-0 early on. So even if Josh can't fully turn this around, he needs to damage limitation a little bit and get something on the board quick.
140.
We often see some of the better darts from a player when they're 3-0 down because pressure is off. You just tend to
60.
almost accept
Joshua
your position and you
130.
throw with, well, you throw more naturally.
58.
Well, Thibault will be thinking, if I can just find one treble here, maybe a 105 to leave a 2-darter, we'll apply a bit of pressure on the 72.
105.
Exactly
Josh
what he's
requires
found.
72.
Mystic Mason.
Threes.
Game shot on
He's
the
in.
fourth leg.
And they're Josh's
Josh
first
Payne.
darts at the double in this game, despite throwing a 95 average. So sort of shows the level that Thibault's
So
playing
it's
at.
Thibault to throw
It's another
first.
15 darter there for Josh on throw, which is kind of where he's pitching himself with the darts.
100.
Thibault would have been thinking when he's in that double nine, oh, I'm going to get a go at the 96. Josh held it all together very well there. Wow.
135.
Know where that second dart went, but recovered well.
Played in 201
140.
Pro Tour events. That is a fair amount of tournaments over the years. Actually won 2 of them. You
100.
can win those Pro Tours, not just winning 1, but winning 2 Pro Tour titles. You've got some serious quality in the locker. And
You might get lucky once, but I don't think you're going to
100.
get lucky twice.
depends who you ask.
Yeah, for sure.
134 TB, Rook
This is a quality
161.
game of darts, just like we expected. Josh not laying down.
57.
But
Josh
that's
Rook
when we say about that
132.
pedigree and championship quality. Never over.
$77. TB, Rook 104.
This is for the match. 104 for 4 legs. Gonna get a dart. It's at double 16. And
Game
that
shot
wraps
on
up
the
an
match.
absolute quality
Thibault
affair. We thought
Tricole.
it was going to be a good game, and both players delivered. Thibault Tricole goes to the top of the table now on 4 points. 2 victories today for him. He won his first game against Franz 4-2, and followed that up with that incredible victory there over Josh Payne. 101.79 the average, 4 out of 5 on the checkouts. A real polished, tightened performance for Tricole, who goes top of the table now on 4 points.
Très bien, Thibault Tricole. What a fantastic match. What a fantastic day we're being treated to so far here at the MODUS Super Series. As we see the first ton-topping average of the day from the Frenchman in a 4-1 success against Josh Payne, who himself averaged 98 and only got 2 darts at double. That was how bonkers that match was. Thibault Tricole, 4 out of 5 on the doubles with that ton-plus outshot as well. We asked the question at the start of the programme, what does Thibault need to do? Well, he's given us some emphatic answers there, isn't he? So we're heading into match 5 of our day. It's Davy Proosten up against Franz Roetzsch. Hopefully, we are going to see a continuation of the brilliant standard we've seen so far. Let's hand back to our commentary team then. It's Matt Edgar, Chris Mason, chaps.
Thank you very much. Well, you'll be fluent in French the way you're going, son. Yeah, this is an interesting one. The third meeting between the two. They go 6-5, Davy. Franz 8-13, and it's hard to see anything but a Franz win here.
Well, Davy only picked up a couple of wins across those 3 days, but one of them was actually against Franz.
Yeah,
Took that one 4-2.
Yes, he did, and it was
Hey,
an
there's
unusually
against
poor
Davy to
performance
throw
from Franz. He
first.
averaged just 78,
Game
2 from 8
on.
on doubles. But in his wins against Davy, the first one Monday averaged 99.2, winning 4-1, and then won 4-2 yesterday, averaging 92.37.
Still a little bit unsure about what we're going to see from both of these players at the moment, aren't we? We look at the form line, it's very wavy.
90.
Yeah, if it was on a graph, it would be a little up and down.
140.
Big dipper at Blackpool.
You been on it?
Many times, yeah. Big fan of theme parks.
Are you?
87.
The adrenaline.
I did go to Alton Towers once, and dear oh dear, absolutely frightening.
47.
Yeah, I'm a massive adrenaline sort of hunter.
28.
You don't get out your curries or your Pepsi Max, do you?
Well, only if I'm having a wild night in, you know, we might get a bag of
96.
Maltesers on the go as well.
Davy Rock 156.
Or some of them sour sweets when you're really feeling mad.
movie on,
85.
yes.
France require
Go all
83.
out, you know. That's a Saturday night, though, that.
What's the button?
58. Davy requires 71.
71's a nice finish, really. Gives you options if you prefer 20s and 10s, or if you prefer the 16s.
Game
Just
shot
pick
the
the 20s
first
and
leg.
10s.
Davy
Ended it on the double
Proosten.
5, and Davy Proosten takes the opening leg to hold a throw. That's in 18 darts.
Second against France to throw
And
first.
speaking of darts, I asked you guys this morning a question over on my Twitter. If you want to join in, that's at the Edgar501. I asked you if you've got any darting superstitions.
140.
And actually, some of the answers that are coming through have been fun to say the least.
60.
Will Garand, I think, might... I don't know if this is a superstition as much or something he enjoys. He says he likes to have a battered sausage, chips and curry sauce before he plays.
121.
Sam says if he wins in his T-shirt, he likes to use that T-shirt again. It's like he's winning top. You've got something very similar to that,
86.
haven't you?
Yeah, whatever regime I go through on a day that I win, I would just keep everything the same shirt, everything,
30.
not the same, pants and socks. I change those.
Just turn them inside out, can't you? Get another
Another day out.
Get
of 'em.
another day, yeah. Philip Bottrell, he watches Edgar
43.
TV before his. You know, that's a very good routine. I like that one. SDG says, who takes the middle dart out of his case first? An interesting one.
55.
That is an interesting one.
Scottish lad takes the darts out of the board in the order he's thrown them.
Mm.
these are two that I think could be a slippery slope. Can Boris 15 likes to end the practice with a 100+ score? He says Wayne Mardle does the same. He mentioned in his book. And Mib Grip doesn't go to bed until he's hit a 180.
Yeah, well, if I practice, that's sort of something I try and do, is finish off with a
45.
a big visit, a 180 or a 170 or something similar. Don't like to end it on a
64.
45.
Be like an hour.
Means I get another hour's practice as well.
Always wondered why he's still awake at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Game shot on the second
Great
leg.
reply from
Franz Roetzsch.
France with 110 out. Then only an 18
So
dart
like it's
hold,
Davy to throw first.
replicating
Game on.
the 18 dart from Davy in leg 1.
121.
If you do want to join in with that chat at the Edgar 501 over on Twitter, let us know if you've got any superstitions or pre-match routines.
139.
Yeah, you can also get in touch with the Modus Super Series Direct, MSS Darts.
60.
On Instagram, Facebook and Twitter. And don't forget, you're watching via
100.
the Online Darts YouTube channel. We will be switching in the next couple of weeks to the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. So get over there,
43.
subscribe, hit that alert bell. We'll send you a notification when we add any content, and there's lots more content being added over the
45.
course of the year. Interviews and reviews and previews.
And lots of live darts.
Yeah, lots of
140.
live darts. 105 matches a week.
$85. Davy for 137. 97.
Sets
Franz
up
for
tops after
132.
15. It's the ball.
102. Davy require 40.
Love that 1-3-2 finish. It always looks really good and
Yes, pretty.
gives you
So
options.
it's not quite the showbiz shot of the ball double 16, but like you say,
30.
you hit the 25 and you've got the option there
Franz
of the
require
57.
30.
If you hit the ball and you don't like the lie, you've got the 42 to the left.
That ball double 16 always reminds me of
No
Dennis
score.
Priestley at the World Match
Davy
Play.
required
Yep.
10.
Taylor hit one there that was remarkable. He hit the ball.
6.
He hit the treble. No, he hit a 25 and it was an absolute
Franz
blocker. He hit the
required
treble
30.
19 and moved all the way right. He didn't use.
Wasn't that for the game as well?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, for some reason I think it was against James Wade, but they all
Normally is, isn't it?
yeah they all blend into one.
26.
That is a break of throw opportunity missed
Davy
for France.
require 4.
Made a mess of that 30 in the last shot as well. Bust that one. Davy's got an opportunity now just to get the point on the board. Doesn't matter how you do it, just do it.
2. France require 4.
Could be costly. And again, we're seeing another scrappy performance from France.
No score. Davy require 2.
From the highs of the 101.79 average to the lows here of a 77
Game
for
shot the
France and a
third leg.
65 for
Proosten.
Davy. But it's Davy who leads 2-1. That was a 26 start.
All like it's France to throw first. Game on.
And that's the most important thing, isn't it? It doesn't matter how you get there, just get there.
Yeah, well, especially in this, well, in any part of the game, in any kind of
100.
tournament environment, but especially this event, it's just about getting to 4 legs first and getting those 2 points on the board.
It was a big leg, really. Whoever got that was halfway to victory.
60.
And it's just how you come back from that. Do you dwell on that and do you think about performance or do you think about results?
83.
You dwell on the performance, you tend to find that the performance actually affects and you just carry on in that same negative vein.
100.
Well, you're looking for answers from the dartboard. You want the dartboard to give you a result. You want a 140. You want something to make you feel better rather than putting it on your side of the offing, the part you're in control of.
Exactly, and it's something you said earlier. It's all about the darts coaching side of the mind coaching of, all about the application and discarding negativity and just thinking about positivity. Can't change what's just happened. It's done. It's over. All you can change is the now.
And ironically, you got that negative despite the fact you got the result you wanted. You wanted to win the leg, you've won the leg.
135, front of 158.
I've done it. I've, won a scrappy leg and, shaking the head and huffing and puffing. The present is called the present because it is one.
134.
Really good at that sort of attitude, Gerwin Price.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't dwell too much. And I think that's the advantage of coming from a sporting background.
A coached sporting background.
Exactly.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Oh, that's a little bit better. That's a 16 darter. It's the best leg of the match so far.
Fifth leg, it's Davy to throw first.
Your
Game
opponent
on.
might miss 5 darts or something. He'll take something out and he'll celebrate, and you get the comments or the reaction. Oh, what's he celebrating that for? Because he's won the leg.
Yeah, and it's mind games. He knows how much that hurt his opponent, and he wants to hurt them a little bit more.
Present it to them. Here you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
60.
Oh, this one's all to play for.
180.
You picked up on when he just picks up the pace. Looks a different player.
Better. Yeah. A million times. Far too deliberate.
76.
You tend to find when the arm's moving quicker, it's easier to find that release point as well.
Oh, you just go on autopilot.
137.
180. Well, 140, 180, 137, 44 after 9.
Said there, autopilot. It's a very good example I always give when I speak to people about sort of rhythm and timing. And
Davy required 44.
Like say, disengaging the brain and doing the actions, driving the car. When you drive the car, you don't think about changing gears. You don't think about checking the mirrors. You just drive.
Yeah.
And that's what Davy's doing here. He's just throwing. And there's no surprise that he's put his best leg in the
France to throw
matching so far there with a 12-darter. And looked so much more comfortable in doing so. And always
137
car example. You don't think when you drive.
Yeah, when I've read some books about all of
97.
The approach mentally to sport, it's something they refer to often. You just do it automatically. There's no thought.
60.
Subconsciously, you know how to do it, and you just got to use that to do it.
60.
Like you say, you never think when you drive. You don't think, oh, I better change gear, or, oh, well, unless you drive a BMW, you don't use the indicator. That's for sure.
You certainly don't count how many times you check your mirrors or how
but
actually when you're on your driving test and you've got someone next to you, you're worried about what he thinks that you should be doing, that you actually get things wrong.
Yeah, well, it's
123.
mirror signal maneuver. Mirror signal maneuver. You just know it all the time. Let's say if you
95.
BMW, just maneuver.
99. Branch of 127.
Level game. And 7th leg shootout, double 8.
111.
418s and ball.
122.
Something with his points. This is about the 4th time he's done this today. And I say yesterday he nearly got pinned to the board. Nearly got a new ear piercing yesterday. Courtesy of Kevin Carlin.
Especially with someone like Davy, who is so quick. Right, make sure the big 18. Oh, double 7, that's a bonus.
Just checking it's in. It is Davy. There it is. 2 7s. This is for the match.
108. Franz requires 16.
Sure that would have done his rhythm any good. Stepping away. Other side of the board. Oh, down the bottom. Chasing the doubles
12.
all around.
Davy require 14.
Davy was a bit unfortunate with his league position when you looked at the averages. Is he going to get a bit of that fortune back?
No score.
No. Here's the answer. Gives Franz another opportunity to hold his throw and take us all the way into a deciding leg.
I don't like the bust there either. 3 for double
Franz
2, which
require
means
4.
you can attack the double 2 and then the double 1.
Was the bust maybe a bit of petulance?
Possibly. A bit of annoyance. You just work off that. Getting closer.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Well, he dodged a
Franz
few
Roetzsch.
bullets there. It's a 21 dart hold, our 6th hold of throw in the match. We do go to a
7 from final leg. It's
deciding
Davy
leg.
to throw first. Game on.
Not much in the averages on this one. Very slight advantage to
140.
Davy, but that's nothing. A point in this sort of area is not really anything. But what the biggest thing is, we've been talking about Franz's checkout percentages
140.
all the way through this week and saying how strong it is. And you can see there, 18 darts, and he's only hit 3. You'd normally be expecting from what we've seen him to be around about
140.
10 to 12 hits. So well down on that.
Yeah, 29 darts missed at a double between them.
60.
We did say Franz has this up and down sort of form. Davy, though, finding the very high ups here. Back-to-back 140s in his first 2
57.
visits. That's with throw as well, so he's really putting Franz under the cosh.
Doesn't respond in another
28.
visit.
Davy
Something you picked up
164.
on very early, Matt. The line is lost with frightening regularity.
64.
It's always alarming when they go left or right. Up and down's fine. We can work with up and down. It's much easier to fix. And we're losing the line left and right.
133. Davy
Very
require
good darts
100.
there, but he's still left himself so much to do. Davy will be fancying. He's got 6 here.
Can't go tops when your opponent wants 140. And your opponent's averaging 79.
78. Franz
Seen him
require
go tops in.
140.
With 3 darts in hand, it seems to be the way he's going. Franz went for tops. This is it, and Davy's got a chance for the match.
Davy
That first
require
dart was the perfect
22.
right.
Game shot on the match.
Davy gets there in the
Proosten.
end. He gets over the line. The story of that game, though, was missed doubles. 3 from 18 for Franz, 4 from 20 for Davy. But the big stat there is the 4 from Davy. That gives him 4 legs. It gives him 2 points. It's on to 4 wins for the week so far. It's all the 4s for Davy at the moment.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Davy Proosten has secured his first victory of the group in a deciding leg success against Franz Roetzsch. Matt Edgar is alongside me to round up the first 5 games. Let's begin by talking about the previous match we've seen. The statistics, as you can see, are on your screen now. It was one of those attritional battles that someone just wanted to get through.
The story is plain to see there. It's just doubles. Doubles on both parts. Neither player could take those out. Both of them have just kept offering opportunity after opportunity, and 4-3 is probably the correct scoreline.
I'd say that you are correct. Let's look back then at the first 5 games in general. And there's only one place to start, and that is Thibault Tricole, the Frenchman. We asked the question at the top of the show, what does he have to do today? Well, he's answering those questions and doing so emphatically.
Whatever he needed to do, he's doing. He's playing extremely well. That game with Josh Payne was a quality game. Josh Payne did not play bad. He averaged 98 in that game. He had 2 darts at the double. Just shows the dominance that Tricole had in the scoring element of that game.
Most certainly. And then that other game that Josh Payne played against Davy Proosten, who's on stage behind me now, that was another absolute epic. And that 1-6-1 checkout to make it 3 apiece could have changed the game. But credit to Josh's temperament there, because a lot of players may have lost on that position.
Josh Payne has won titles. He's won 2 Pro Tour titles. Not only that, but we've seen him in pretty much every major that the PDC's got. He's 28 years old and he's got a lot of experience. He does also have his own mental mind coach as well. So I don't expect to see Josh rolling over at any scoreline.
Dave Prins is next out on stage. He takes on Steve Haggerty, who won his opening game against Davy Proosten. But do you think Steve may have to up a level here against Dave?
Definitely. I think he's going to have to up his level in general this week from what we've seen. He started the year really well, got that Challenge Tour title on the board early. He's only won £50 since then. That's the last 64. His averages are down as well. He's down on those 82s for the season. So he's going to have to up it from that, but when you've got it in the locker, it can come out at any point. And you start this with a win, which normally gives good vibes, and you tend to follow trends. You start winning, you win. And he could take this one.
Well, let's see what's going to happen then in match 6 here in Group C. Matthew Edgar's going to race his way down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, fascinating little tie, this one. Steve, in his opening match, got that 4-1 win over Davy, 86.76 the average. Josh Payne edged out Dave Prins 4-3, Dave averaging 86.47, so a very, very similar level. 8-11, Dave Prins, Steve Haggerty, even money. Maybe over 5.5 legs is the punt here.
Okay, first leg, it's
The fact that
Dave
they were
to
so
throw
equal
first.
in their opening
Game
matches.
on.
This completes the second cycle of games. When this one is done, all the players with 3 to play on the opening day of Group C. But don't forget, it's double session day. We're back tonight. Group B gets underway 10 p.m.
60.
Still time, of course, to reserve your tickets for Saturday night's final. www.dartshop.tv.
85.
Tickets are free, just a redeemable £5 deposit to prevent the blends from booking tickets and not showing up.
60.
And if you bring the right person with you, pays for your entire night on £5.
100.
Me bringing the missus. She's a bit of a fish. Likes the old beveragino.
What's her topple of choice?
She goes for the Gary from Men Behaving Badly, if it's wet, drink it approach, I think.
60.
Nickname her the Drain.
59.
Me in trouble again today. I've managed to pull it off every day so far.
What you do in your spare time? Nothing to do with the rest of us, Matt.
140.
I like ironic patterns, and we could have seen the first 9 darts adding up to 180, then hitting
60.
the 180 with the next 3.
We do see that a lot.
We'll look at the odds for this game, because I think this is a tough one to call, a tough one to split.
59.
Yeah, I agree. By virtue of the averages in their opening matches, 86.76 Haggerty, 86.47 Prins.
Davy Rook,
Well, we think it's a
122.
hard one to split, but the bookies don't. They've actually got Dave Prins 1-2 favourite for this one. Haggerty 6-4.
Yeah, well, just before the off, it was 8-11 Prins, even money Haggerty.
That tells me that everyone thought 6-4 was way too big when this game's come around.
76. Stevie Rook 197.
I would have gone 5-6 each of 2. But
Plenty of value in the 6-4 on Haggerty. You
Well,
managed to catch that this morning.
39.
my thought was
Davy
look
Rook
at over
146.
5.5 legs. We can't split them. Odds are it's going to go all the way.
Game shot on the first leg.
Dave Prince
Dave
takes that one in
Prince.
21 darts, but I like to watch the player at the back of the stage and see what they're doing.
So I'm
and
going to get Steve to throw first.
He's like a hawk. See Steve just staring down Dave Prince. When you say play the player or the board, I think we can safely say that Steve is a
39.
player that plays the player, which means we could get games like we saw in that last one between Davy and Franz, where if it becomes a bit scrappy, he's going to get scrappy. And if it becomes a bit tasty, he might get a bit tasty. You're a reactive player by the looks of things.
60.
Yep, tends to follow suit.
Tend to find you get these players that just-
125.
Some people love front running, some people hate it, some people just like playing where the game is. It looks like Steve's one of them.
55.
On debut, he played 10 matches and averaged just north of 80. I always give every player the
100.
benefit of the doubt on debut because he is a totally new experience. Talking of experience, this man has absolutely bundles.
66.
Got here in my notes that he's in playing darts since 1988.
Here, Bob Anderson. won the Worlds.
59.
We also noted that his walk-on song is Teenage Kicks, which is quite ironic. If it's been a few years since Dave was a teenager, 53 years old now. Still in ranking
45.
systems, just him in the WDF World Ranking System at the moment, place 36. So that puts him in a strong place to make another World Championship appearance. We
58.
might see him at Lakeside later on.
Yep, that's April next year, I do believe, although I'm not sure anything's been confirmed as yet.
$89. Stevie Rook 120.
His career's dated back 1988, but he's still picking up titles now.
Game
That's a
shot on
great
the
finish
second
there
leg.
from Steve Haggerty.
Steve Haggerty.
120 straight up the line. Dart players love that sort of finish, especially if you're a fan of tops. Gives you 2 bites at the
So
treble you've been throwing at the whole time.
Game on.
Sees it off nicely, but just going back to that point, said he's been playing so long, but he's still picking up titles. He won in the Isle of Man this year. So that's why he's 36 in the WF World Rankings at the moment.
100.
I wonder if that was a... Because I do believe now they have a slightly different system that if you win a gold event, you're automatically qualified. Not sure if that was a gold event
83.
he won. He's already in.
I'm at the World Seniors final earlier on this year. Got to the quarterfinals of that one. That's to Robert Thornton, who that
60.
week, Robert Thornton, when you say the names on the trophy.
Yep. Yep.
60.
He also won the match play,
Match
was
play,
it?
yeah. For match play.
Not surprising, really, considering he's effectively, well, he has just lost his tour card, but he's still high up on the
60.
reserve list, so he's played plenty of pro tours.
Very active as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's here. You'll see him on the challenge tour. He's
100.
exhibitions as well. You know, there's a lot to be gained from exhibitions. You know, you're playing on a stage in front of a crowd against the world's best players.
Yep. Especially the modern exhibitions. Which
85.
exactly what they are. Back in the day, of course, it was playing 16 local players, whether they be Super League or county players or pub players.
43.
Played in one recently, a fabulous event in Swansea. I took on Johnny Clayton. Felt like John Coffey leading up to that week. Oh,
9.
9 the hard way.
Right-handed 180. Do you think Dave's going to come out of here and send a few messages saying, hit a 9 today?
30.
And everyone's going to be, oh, is it a 9 data? Let's go back and watch that. I know I'd certainly...
Well, it's one of those ones which are perfect for the many social media platforms with a bit of clickbait. Dave Prins hits a 9.
Bit of trolling.
Yeah. Sure, our social media people will be all over that. Getting clipped up. Put it out there.
85.
Bit of fun.
Davy Proosten 147.
Pretty
59.
sure snooker is on
Stevie
this week, of
Roetzsch
course, but
100.
don't think they've had a 147 either. Neither have we.
Game shot on the third
100
leg.
finish though.
Steve
For
Haggerty.
Steve follows in the 120 finished in the last leg. 100 finish in this one. He's 2 from 2 on the doubles.
Four-legged Steve to throw
They're both
first.
100 plus finishers. And with an average of just 77 at the moment.
100.
Just shows where the problem lies at the moment, and that's landing the power scoring blows.
Well, yeah, the tally for Prins is 1 ton and 140.
60.
And that 60 was all over the place. High,
Yeah.
low.
Guessing.
134.
something. And not finding it. It's sort of an average we haven't really seen from Dave since
60.
1989. The way those odds came in before they off, you've got to think there's probably
60.
going to be some happy punters with what they're seeing so far. It was 6-4 this morning. Steve Haggerty went off at evens, so everyone thought that was a little bit too big.
Well, in a match that, on reflection, is looked very equal.
140.
The value was most definitely with Haggerty.
$37.
Just trying to have a look. I can't seem to find a nickname at the moment for Haggerty. Have you found that yet?
Nope. Did I find?
57. Stevie Rook 170.
Haggis. Another one of those ones you like.
Is he even Scottish?
43.
I don't know if he is he?
No.
I know he's
Most
from
definitely.
down London way.
This man's closer to being Scottish than Haggerty.
100. Steve, you rock 127. 102.
Very nearly a third consecutive
Davy
ton plus
require
finish.
84.
Thickness of the wire away.
Sort of feel like Dave needs this.
Yeah. He's going to have to do it the hard way. He wants the button, the smallest target on the board.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Dave Proosten.
We love this game.
Sort of the one thing that's going for him his game at the moment is that he's got
5th leg, it's Dave
not
to
got
throw
much going in the
first.
scoring element, which is why his
Game on.
average is below the 70, but 2 from 3 on the doubles, and that includes that dart at the bullseye as well.
Both of them on 66.67%. 2 from 3.
140.
I think if I had to dig a little deeper into what we've seen so far, my concern for Steve would be the lack of 2 treble visits. He's got
55.
10 ticks in the tons column, but nothing in the 140s and nothing in the 180s, so he's yet to really land a blow. His blows are only coming because Dave's essentially playing with his guard down.
He's a ton machine.
70.
Dave will be aware of those lack of big scoring visits. Feel like he can
100.
get something out of this one. When 2-1 down, they have feared the worst.
Sort of going back to those superstitions, maybe they just didn't have their battered sausage, chips and curry before the game.
55.
Sounds wonderful. Wonder if there is a decent chippy and pumpy.
60.
Haven't found it yet.
Ditto.
And I am a connoisseur of food. I love eating. It's a hobby of mine. Out of
97.
nowhere. Dave Prins has pushed himself firmly into favouritism. Not only for this leg, but for the match.
58. Davy rock
That's the advantage of throw and-
139.
Steve, like we say, is not landing any major blows in the scoring department. Yes, he's taking out the chances when he gets there, but he's got to get there in the first place. And Dave doesn't need to up it too much in order to stop Steve from having any opportunity.
The example is
99.
he's had to take out 2 ton plus finishes because he's where he's ending up. Stay there.
58.
Needs
Davy
170.
require 40.
Fancy Prins for this. Doubling in his opening match.
Game shot on the
Albeit in
5th
defeat
flag.
was 3 from
Dave
7.
Prins.
And he's 3 from 4 right now.
You almost feel like Dave should be playing like
See if we
Yorkshire
get
board
Steve
style
to
here
throw
and just throw at the
first.
doubles rather than the trebles. Score 120 points a shot.
100.
Yorkshire board, if you're not familiar, is no trebles on the board. So you've got your doubles and then you've got a really micro ball, which is literally just where all the wires come together and it's just big enough to put a dart in there, really.
Yeah. Well, it's about the size of
100.
the average dart in terms of the thickness of the barrel. This is
140.
first 140, and we're in leg 6.
Dave has got 3 140s to his name.
100.
Only, that's his 4th 100, so a low scoring affair, this one. When it gets to the doubles, both of them, rock solid.
91.
Getting there's the problem.
That's reflected in the averages, isn't it? 75 plays 79.
And that's sort of a climbing average in this leg due to the fact that this
121.
leg
Steve
is
Rock 170.
improved. Both players finding trebles in every visit to the board so far.
81.
That's a real loose one. That opens the door for Dave Prins.
You could time your 4th 140. Well, they can't do it now. But Big opportunity came there for Dave.
43. Steve, you require 89.
Said that the over was probably the way this was going, and that seems to be the safest option. 2 5s.
79.
It took us all the way to a
Dave,
decider
you
where
require
Dave Prins would have thrown
137.
first.
Yeah, well, the over 5.5, of course, has landed. You're welcome. Prefer to see a
57.
dart go at the treble
Steve, you
18
require
there, but
10.
he's ended up on 80 all the same. Nice aggressive dart.
6. Dave, you require
Yes.
80.
What a match. He's only missed 1 dart at a double in this so far.
Still a chance. 15 ball, treble 15, double 10.
$55. Steve, you require 4.
Steve Haggerty, nickname could be the Meerkat. His head's all over the place at the back of the stage. He's going to know every bolt in this arena. He'd know every light. He'd like to know the double 2.
Game shot on the
Great
6th
dart
flag.
there from Steve to come over the
Steve
top.
Haggerty.
Gets it with the last dart in hand and forces the last leg decider. It will be Dave Prins with the
7th
advantage
and
of
final
throw,
leg. It's Dave to throw first. Game on.
advantage of throw hasn't been too much. It's only an advantage of throw when you're finding the red with the each visit. See the Meerkat at the back of the stage looking all round. He's looking at the tables. He's looking at the smoke
60.
machines. Have a good look around this room. He'll certainly be more familiar with it after just a couple of games than I am, and I've been here all week.
43.
I've had a good look at the treble. It's a trebleless visit to follow Dave Prins. And he starts with 60.
60.
Tension, isn't there? Tension.
Yeah, both desperate for the win. More so, Dave Prins.
180.
Well, he's as many 180s as he has 140s.
Said to be going through this group, you need to be winning a minimum of 7 matches, possibly 8, depending how the group goes. Steve Haggerty did win his first game 4-1 against Davy.
180.
And that is, like you said, why we love this game.
Like buses, waited 6.5 legs
69.
for one. And we get 2.
Dave Prins did lose his opening game to Josh Payne. That was a close one, 4-3. All went with throw on that one.
68.
You sort of feel if Dave loses this, he's going to have to be almost perfect from here if he wants to get through this group. This would move
96.
Steve onto 4 points here. Drawing
Davy Proosten,
Tricole
133.
on winning both of their opening games. Steve would have Josh Payne next, which is a tough one to keep that one going with.
Trouble 19. Can he join the party with the ton plus outs? Or can Haggerty
93.
seal the deal with his
Davy
third
Proosten,
ton plus
113.
out of the match?
Nineteens. He's off. He now needs to
53.
hope. Not been a
Davy
profitable
require
strategy.
40.
Dave Prins only had 5 darts at double and he's hit 3 of them. Dave looks round. He hopes. 1 more dart.
20.
And that is a long way off
Stevie
Steve will
requires
return.
60.
for the match.
Didn't make the adjustments, did he? He moved right. Oh, double. Smiles.
Game shot
He'll
on the
smile
match.
after seeing that
Steve
dart
Haggerty.
land in double 10 for the 60 finish. And he picks up his second win of the day. Wasn't pretty, but the table will look pretty for Steve Haggerty as he moves on to 4 points plus 4 and into second position. When we come back, Thibault Tricole against Davy Proosten.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it was victory for Steve Haggerty against Dave Prins in a last leg decider. Let's have a look at the stats from our previous match then. It was a 76.87 average, which was what won it for Steve in the end. 4 from 10 on the doubles in what was, in the end, a bit of a attritional battle, it has to be said. So Haggerty, with 2 ton plus checkouts, gets himself his 2nd consecutive victory. Next up on the stage is a battle between France and Holland. Thibault Tricole, who himself has won 2 consecutive matches and really has been the standout player so far on day 1 in Group C, including that fantastic ton-topping average in that victory against Josh Payne last time out. What can he do against Davy Proosten then, as we complete our start our 3rd cycle of matches? And that's going to be watched in the company of Chris Mason and first Matthew Edgar.
It's a game we've seen a couple of times already this week. Both these players took part in Group A. Thibault Tricole taking 2 of those. Davy didn't get many wins in Group A, but one of them has come against Tricole, and that was yesterday. It was a 4-2 victory there for Davy Proosten. Thibault taking on Monday a 4-2. Davy got a lot closer, 4-3. Actually had match darts in that one as well, so the head-to-head suggests this could be quite close. But the form we've seen from Tricole today suggests
Okay, first leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
One-way traffic.
Game on.
Beat Franz 4-2 with a 91.48. Beat Josh Payne in an absolute classic of a game, 101.79. It's Josh Payne's 98.
41.
Proosten, 80.74 in defeat to Haggerty, but did get a win last time. It wasn't pretty, but it was a win. 4-3 victory over Franz, and he was actually 4 from 20 on the doubles. If he's going to have any hope, you've got to think he's got to tighten that area up.
Yes, and this is their 6th meeting in total. They have met once before away from the Super Series. Davy winning that one 5-4 with a 92.74. It was in the Euro Tour qualifier in Prague. Quarterfinals 2022.
60.
And they met in Phase 4, Week 4, Group A this year. Davy won both those matches, 4 legs to 2. They go 1-2. Thibault Tricole, and I suppose that's basically a reaction to the opening 3 days of play in Group A.
And obviously what we've seen from Tricole so far today is standout performer so far. He's broke the 100 average for the first time this week. Even that 91 in the opening game was a much bigger improvement from what we've seen. And sometimes when you know your group chances have gone, like Tricole would have known midway through Tuesday, you sort of already get your mind moving forward to Thursday. And we see it quite often where a player who's not the best time in Group A comes and plays really well on the Thursday.
Yeah, they fire back, don't they?
60. Davy require 88.
For a very early break for Davy. 18 for ball. He chased the treble, paid the price.
73. Thibault requires 76.
Let's keep this fine run of form going. 76 points. 16 points. 8.
Game
0.
shot the first leg.
And that is a leg on the board. Thibault Tricole keeps this form going, keeps the legs going on the board, which could be an interesting thing here when we look at this game. And when we look at what we've seen from Davy so far, is this a game that Tricole's not just looking at winning, but winning
100.
Yeah, try and get a bit of a shift on in the legs difference department. He's currently on 4 points plus 5, topping the table. Steve Haggerty, 4 points plus 4.
100.
And I suppose Thibault will be looking at this one thinking, well, I need to replicate at least what my nearest rival did in Steve Haggerty and win this one 4-1 as well.
The topic of the day over on Twitter is about superstitions and things. And practice preparation. Tricole's not really one of those that likes to be here too early. He's one of these guys that sort of come through the
100.
door a little later, and it's almost like the practice comes within the games, which is probably why we see him get stronger as the week goes on. You mentioned this after about day 2, that you
190.
expect him to get stronger as the week goes, and we're certainly seeing evidence of that today.
Yep. He's just followed a pattern with all of his
100. Davy
performances here
39.
at the Super Series.
59. TB 160.
Not too much damage there from Davy.
No.
Or from Tricole here.
66.
Rescues
Davy
it with the last
require
start.
80.
You say 66 tends to be when you're going up and you're going through the ranks. It's one of those sort of shots that you love or you hate, depending on where the
Game
60
shot on the
comes.
second leg. Davy
Davy goes the
Proosten.
aggressive route again there. He loves that tops, even with 3 in hand. He gets the double in the end. Double top,
Third
double
against
10.
Thibault to throw first.
Gets the second leg of the match, and it's evenly split at 1 apiece. And said superstitions is the
60.
theme of the day over on my Twitter chat, and got an interesting one here from Daniel Thibault, who said it's weird but slightly embarrassing
60.
that he has to listen to the acoustic version of Wanted Dead or Alive by Bon Jovi the night before he plays. Can't remember how it started, but he started when he was 15,
140.
he's now 26, so 11 years that routine's been going. Remember, actually, I've had quite a similar one myself,
56.
which is probably why I've related to that one. And it was a song from The Greatest Showman that was sung, and it was after a World Championship defeat, and I was
60.
in a lull for about 3 or 4 weeks, and went to Blackpool in January, and the guy came in and he sang From Now On from The Greatest Showman, and there was just something about that night that just changed the whole mentality on everything. So
180.
it's sort of like a go-to song for me. Like if you're gonna play a big game, got a friend who always sends me that on the
45.
YouTube link to the song, so I can have a listen.
You know, music can be very emotive, can't it? A lot of players use their walk-on
100.
music just for that. Well, one that springs to mind is Dirk van Dijvenbode with that.
58.
I don't know
Davy
what kind of music it is.
105.
One that I listen to, but it certainly gets him pumped up for the match.
81.
Just
Davy
reliably informed, it's
138.
called hard style. I've got another word for it, but I might be able to use it this evening after 10 o'clock.
I went over to The Hague in Holland.
60.
I
Davy
went there from
requires
Germany via
24.
road with Dirk van Dijvenbode in the car. He was in charge of the radio.
Game shot on the
Four
third
and a
leg.
half hours
Davy Proosten.
of his music. And when his walk-on song, you think's quite hard going. And he describes that as soft
Like it's Davy
music,
to throw first.
because there's so
Game
many
on.
beats per minute or something. He was trying to explain it all. I was too busy trying to get out the window, so I couldn't quite hear it. So
95.
Motting up the blood coming from your ears.
there was a part where we was going through this lovely part of Holland. And we're going through this lovely scenery all around, lakes and waters, and it looked lovely. And this music that's blaring out, and Zach, who was in the car, was like, "Oh,
46.
this just seems like the perfect music to accompany this lovely scene." It was so mismatched, but there's quite a lot of them. Quite a Euro thing, isn't it? I wonder if
60.
Tricole's into the old hard style.
No, I can't see it.
I think Davy might participate in a bit of the hard style music.
140.
I was over for the World Series finals in Amsterdam. Myself and Pikey had a lovely afternoon walking around Amsterdam. There's some
60.
hard stuff going on around there that afternoon. Not by me and Mr. Pike, I hasten to add.
140.
There's a
Davy
certain aroma about it.
160.
Oh, tops for a 160.
Game shot the
Wowzers.
fourth leg.
Where has
Davy
he pulled
Proosten.
that from?
That first dart you see there just sat lovely in the bed. You just Thought it was going to go in underneath it, and it
It's
did,
Thibault
and
to throw
then
first.
wraps it up with the tops as well. We said if he's going to be competitive in this, he needs to tighten up those finishers. Just 4 from 20 in the last match. He's certainly done that. 3 out of 4 in this one, including that
97.
incredible 160. Thibault Tricole looking at one point like he could be runaway group leader.
140.
Now he's facing a heavy defeat.
We have seen this from Davy.
140.
Not that often, but he does have it in the locker.
100.
Averaging over 90. I think this is more frustration from Tricole.
140. 91. Jimmy Rook 124.
2 bites of the cherry. Cancel that.
81.
Got a bit of a loose stamp
Davy
there.
require
Maybe took out the
170.
160 in the last leg. Well, started with 2 treble 20s. He's going to need to do the same here to get a dart at the ball. It's come a little low. Where's dart stand up?
100. Timmy
That
require
top wide, I
43.
fancied him for a dart at the ball.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
Dart at the double 16s.
Thibault
all
Tricole.
Thibault Tricole needs.
All of a sudden, this one's caught absolute fire. 15 darter with
So
a
Vegas
160
David
out
to throw
in leg 4.
first.
A
Game
14
on.
darter. Tricole in leg 5, but he has to take advantage here, Davy, of having
60.
throw, and he's almost relinquished that in his opening visit. A troublous one.
60.
Nick Brandon says when he's down the local, he doesn't go back to the bar until a 180's been hit.
140.
So that could be quite a quiet night for some people.
60.
This is much better. And again, look at the pace.
140.
We keep saying it when he throws with this pace. Almost feel like going through and saying, Davy, start throwing with pace.
He just looks a
41.
completely different
Maybe
player, doesn't he?
161.
Started with 60, back-to-back 140s.
89.
Just picks off the ball to leave 72 for the match. Nothing Tricole can do about it.
60. Davy requires
Absolutely nothing he
72.
can do from here. Long way back. Davy's got the luxury of time.
56.
Well, that was a first match dart, and that would have been another 15 darter. Still no
100.
finish for Tricole.
Davy requires 16. Game shot and the
Davy
match.
wraps it up with the first dart.
Davy Proosten.
At the double 8, we said what does he need to do in order to be competitive in this? It was to tighten up those finishes. 4 from 20 in the last game, 4 from 6 in this one. 66% on the checkout, much improved with a high of the 160. But Davy Proosten takes the victory, takes 2 points, and that moves him up to 4. Gives him a chance in Group C.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Davy Proosten has inflicted the first defeat of Group C upon the Frenchman Thibault Tricole. Let's have a look at the stats then from that previous match. It was a 4-2 victory for Proosten with an average of 91.28, getting the game's solitary maximum, and of course the highlight being that brilliant 160 checkout. Let's have a look then at the table, as we've played enough fixtures now to get a bit of a gist of how the players are getting on. As you can see, 3 players all tied on 4 points. Steve Haggerty winning both of his opening matches. Thibault Tricole and Davy Proosten now with 2-1 records. Josh Payne and Josh Payne on 2 points with Davy Proosten and Franz Roetzsch on 0. Well, Franz can get his first victory of the group in our next game against Davy Proosten. But first up, it's Josh Payne up against Steve Haggerty. Steve has the last remaining 100% record in this group. Can he maintain it against the maximum? Let's find out in the esteemed company of Matthew Edgar, and first to Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, big game for both incoming. And the book is, I think this is a one-sided affair, as do I, and I think Matt will agree. 1-5, Josh Payne.
I agree, but I could never in a million years recommend a 1-5 in a 1st-to-4 darts match in a win or lose. There's no draw, you literally win or you lose. And in this short format, against someone who has got a title this year in Steve Haggerty, I just could never recommend anything like that. That's bonkers.
So first, it's Josh to throw first.
People do moan
Game
about
on.
their bets going down, but that's the volatility of it. We certainly wouldn't have had Davy to beat Thibault 4-2 in the last one, that's for sure. Not on the form we've seen thus far today.
96.
All this week, it's not just today, that you would not have picked that over the last 3 days.
No, not a chance. That's the nature of this sport.
97.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's sport, it's what happens now, and it's
60.
quite easy in this game to have a hit or a miss that's so close together, and it's just,
Well, not just individual sport, you know, look at those wonderful FA Cup runs from the lower tier teams over the years. Leicester winning the Premier League.
140. Joshua 164.
I just think this format's far too short to have any price like that. Doesn't take many darts, doesn't take many minutes of good darts for you to be able to win a 1st-to-4.
Or many mistakes.
94.
We've had warning signs from Haggerty. He had that 120 finish and the 100 finish in the last game.
140. Joshua 70.
Beat Davy Proosten earlier on, who we've just seen beat Tricole, and limited Davy to just 1 dart at the double.
30. Stevie
He's got a
requires
break opportunity
65.
here in the opening leg.
25 and tops. There's the 25.
Game shown the first
There
leg.
is the tops.
Steve
and it is
Haggerty.
a break of throw in leg 1. Great advice from Matthew Edgar.
Second leg is Steve to throw
To
first.
fruition.
In this sort of format, in this sort of game,
100.
as long as you stay around about your level, you are going to get an opportunity. It's just if you take it or not. And that opportunity
97.
there, Steve's taken it. And when you look at the race here, is every leg's 25% closer to the finish line.
100.
And when you're throwing even this, tons on the throw, this is good darts. Gives you an opportunity to go out in 15, forces Josh into the 4 visit leg.
100.
Over the course, he's a multiple winner
100.
of the weeks. And he'd love to put himself in the mix for that 20 grand in week 13. £5,000 for the winner of this week and a place in that Champions of Champions. £41,000 total prize money in the Champions of Champions.
49. Just require
It might
164.
seem mad that we're talking about tables at this point of the phase already, but if you want to be going through this, I keep saying it, minimum 7 wins.
Stevie require
If Josh
152.
does not get the win here, he'd already have taken 2 defeats. So he'll feel that he's got wiggle room left.
96. Just
Exactly.
requires 64.
And you are going to have bad games in the course of the 10 played over
Games
2
on the
days.
second leg.
Oh, that's a beautiful
Josh
response.
Payne.
A 15-dart breaker throw for Haggerty. It's a 15-dart breaker throw for Josh Payne.
Third leg is Josh to throw
And
first.
that's when we say moments. That 64, potentially only get
Game
1 dart
on.
of the double unless you hit the treble like he did. If that doesn't go, Haggerty on 56 could have been halfway to victory. And that's why I'm really not a fan of a 1 to 5. I don't think any player should be 1 to 5 in this format.
100. $60.
We are starting to see 2 things happening here. Josh is getting better. Steve's just waning a little.
100. $100.
Josh hit the ground running this morning,
60.
starting with a 4-3 win over Dave Prins with a 96.69. Then went down 4-1 to
60.
Tricole, despite averaging 98. Tricole 101.79. Right now, Josh Payne in the mid-90s.
$131. 43. Just require
So there's
110.
2 things going on here. Steve was coming down and Josh was going up.
Game
Goes
shot
all the way up to the
third
very
leg.
top of the board
Josh
and hits
Payne.
double top. Takes the leg. 110 finish for Josh, and that's back-to-back 15 darters.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Very solid
Game on.
from Josh Payne thus far.
$140.
See what Steve needs to do. Just looking back through his previous games, and used to be Alan Glazier, the old ton machine, was getting
97.
to that category with Steve Haggerty. Not many 140s. That's throughout the day, but he seems to keep landing these hundreds, which when you're playing a player like Josh Payne,
100.
are like jabs.
Yep. Just flicking out the jab. Where the heavy punches are coming
59.
from Payne.
Although that was a shot I didn't like. Leaves him on the 3-4-5. Even a 180 here means he's still 6 darts
91.
away.
Yep.
So he's 9 darts away from being able to potentially finish. So he doesn't seem too much better off. This could be a case in point.
140.
The max there,
Stevie
it's still off at Steve.
170.
6 at
6 at
170.
170,
Yeah.
yeah. 'Little bit of
83.
thinking sometimes can just buy you a dart extra.
Those fine margins are the difference between winning and losing, of course.
105. Stevie require 87.
Steve could be winning this leg with an 87 finish.
77. Just require
He
100.
could be losing it. Josh Payne takes out the 100. Likely to go tops here. He does and misses the board. So
40.
Steve will return for
Stevie
10
require
for a
10.
level game.
And we're in that territory of just a little best of 3 again, aren't we?
8.
He's had opportunities, he's had chances,
Joshua
which
requires 60.
is why I said I didn't like the odds on that one, because he's going to get chances, it's just if he takes them. This is for a breaker throw.
Game shot on the 4
He
flag.
does, he breaks the
Josh
throw on the
Payne.
tops. 15, 15, 17, the winning legs for Josh Payne. He is now 1 leg away from the match.
Fifth leg,
And
it's
he will be
Josh to
throwing
throw
first in
first.
2 out of the
Game
next
on.
3 legs.
Yep, he's 3 out of 5 on the doubles. And the averages, as you see, a difference of 10 points. Josh has just
140.
been the more clinical of the two so far. That was a costly missed darts at doubles
81.
in the last leg for Haggerty. He is just 1 from 5.
$44. 100.
Josh will be hoping to get this wrapped up here. He's got a couple of legs to get back. He did lose his last game 4-1 to Thibault Tricole. And he only had a 4-3 victory over Davy Proosten. So
99.
Josh is experienced enough in this and knows the league and knows the format and knows how it breaks down by the end of it to know he's going to need to get a
58.
big win somewhere. No better time to do it than here. He's got a 3-1 cushion, 40 points cushion, and 3 darts in his hand.
Yeah, and that 4-1 defeat would be cancelled out, of course, with a 4-1 win here.
96.
Edging towards that 4-1 win.
Especially when you look that
40.
Tricole lost
Joshua
4-2 in his last game, so
122.
lost 2 legs in there. Now got 100 points on there, so he doesn't have to go the 18s, which he hasn't. Just thinking about setting this up rather than trying to wrap it up on the bullseye.
82.
Sets himself up for his preferred double, which is tops.
And 3 in hand, and very little pressure.
58. Joshua require 40.
This is a big win for Josh Payne. Does he back up that favouritism? Yeah,
No
best thing.
score.
Yeah, you can see
Steve
thinking the bust. And
164.
that's just the if you're good enough ploy, isn't it? Just go on, have a shot at the 164, pal.
Yep. And that's why he did it.
80. Joshua require 40.
Different proposition now, though. Wow, just get anywhere near those.
Go.
And it will be in, and it is in.
Josh
The average
Payne.
is depleted a little, down to 89.1 in the end, but a very, very good win for Josh Payne. He now moves on to 4 points and +1 on the leg difference. When we come back, it is Franz up against Dave Prince.
Welcome back here to the MODUS Super Series, where we are live on Sporty Stuff TV, where we have seen the last player with 100% record, Steve Haggerty, get defeated by Josh Payne by 4 legs to 1. Let's have a look at the stats then. From that previous match, Payne with an average of 89.1 and a 40% checkout ratio, with the highlight of the game being a 110 checkout for the man they call the Maximum. Let's have a look then at the table for Group C, because it is getting very congested at the top. Thibault Tricole, Josh Payne, Steve Haggerty and Davy Proosten now all on 4 points. Prins and Franz Roetzsch are looking for their first victories of the group in this next encounter here. The top 2 players from this group will progress through to Saturday night's final, and you can be a part of it as well. Tickets are available for £5 if you head over to dartshop.tv, and that £5 is also redeemable behind the bar once you get here. Saturday nights are made for the darts, so why don't you come and join us for some top tungsten action. Well, let's get into our next match then. It's a battle of England against Germany, but this one cannot finish 3-3. Let's find out how it's going to go in the company of Matt Edgar. And first, Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, this certainly won't be a 3-3. Could end up at 3-3, but it won't finish 3-3. We will have extra time until a 4th leg is won. I certainly didn't expect these two to be at the bottom of the table after, well, 3 cycles of matches.
Neither's really produced what we know they are capable of as of yet. Franz losing to Tricole in his first game, and then followed that up with that defeat to Davy Proosten, running around an 81 average for the day.
France to throw first.
Dave Prins on debut.
Game on.
You say, like, you give him a bit of leeway, don't you, on debut? And
Yeah, give him a couple of matches.
And although he's not played his best, he's only gone down 4-3 twice. His doubles have really been
45.
the standout for Dave Prins. Give him a chance and he'll take it, seems to be the memo.
It's not been scoring heavy enough in those deciding legs of the matches.
60.
This one could be absolutely anything. They go 4-11 Franz, 2-1 Dave Prins.
That's a lot of
85.
money exchanged there, because Franz this morning was 8-15, 11-8 Prins. So there has been a movement. People obviously reacting to the lack of scoring power that Dave's shown us so far.
140.
But like I say, he does have it in the locker. He has won a title this year. That was the WDF Isle of Man.
Yeah, and you did confirm that that has
125.
given him his spot in the WDF World Championships.
He's the first man guaranteed through. Obviously, the Isle of Man, the first gold event of the year.
96.
And no Neil Duff defending his title, which is a real shame, isn't it?
100.
Does make you think, though, you say this is the first time I've seen Dave Prins down here. Does confirming your place in the World Championship so early just make you a little bit less hungry through the year to chase events, to go to events? Like, if there's an event quite far away, well, everything.
Well, it's taken the shine off being, or the need to be highly ranked, hasn't it? Or worry about being ranked #1 in the world, because it's, you know, once you've been to one event, won it, what's the point of travelling and going to other events? It's a baffling
93.
strategy for me.
Just when you look at, when you're in extreme areas of the country, if you're in the middle, it's okay. Everything's quite a couple of hours. But when you're in an extreme,
59.
Durham to here,
France
670 mile
53.
trip minimum. Probably going to be more than that, because I've literally just gone border to border.
Game shot my first leg.
It's the hunger there to
France Roetzsch.
do the miles when you know you're already in. Franz is in the double there at the first time of asking. That was his strength the last couple of days, and he's really lost that
Game on.
today, which is why he's been losing games. He's Became a bit of kryptonite for him more than a strength.
$140.
He won a title. We've also seen him at the World Seniors, the World Masters, the World Championships, the UK Open.
60.
So, seen pretty much everything there is to see, really, in darts.
Yeah, there's only a few missing. Only the elite qualifier, of course. And that's in the PDC, the match play, and
41.
the Grand Prix, and of course the Grand Slam. Grand Prix gets underway Monday. Looking forward to that one.
Have you got a prediction for the Grand Prix?
40.
I've changed my mind half a dozen times.
See, I did my prediction, but I am very aware that the prediction I've gone with could quite easily go out in the first round as well. It's one of them. If you get through the first round, I think you'll do well.
55.
And who was that?
That was Peter Wright.
Mm.
I just think the event will suit because he doesn't rely on a rhythm. And I think the event doesn't really suit the rhythm players.
100.
Peter Wright plays a potential banana skin in the opening round in Kim Hyretz, who had a great win over Michael van Gerwen last weekend. And it is only best of 3 sets in the
57.
first round. And it is double start, so...
I mean, Kim is arguably playing the best darts he has. The results might not show it, his rankings might not show it, but the actual darts, the averages...
80.
Playing peak Kim Hybrex.
Yeah, and he gets beat a lot, 6-5. Few of those results go the other way, and could well be in a different position in terms of ranking.
60.
But yeah, Peter Wright wouldn't be a massive shock for me if he lifted the title. He is
100.
well, it's Gerwin Price
Davy
and
Proosten,
MVG
148.
9-2 favourites. Peter Wright 7-1. Clayton, the defending champion, 15-2. Could it eventually be Michael Smith's time at 12-1?
Yeah, I did a little bit of a breakdown on my YouTube channel. We went through the draw. And I was
54.
just going on instincts. I didn't look too much into the stats. We'll do that as we go deeper into it. I was going on instincts, and I actually dark horsed Andrew Gilding.
I don't blame you with the amount of big averages he piles in. Over the course of this season.
Davy Proosten, 94.
It's a miscount.
18's all the ball. Got 2 options here.
Ooh. A bit of new
54.
school from the old school.
Franz Roetzsch, 35.
I think it was Barneveld who changed that theory of going for the ball and said if a professional dart player can't hit a treble with 2 darts. Because bullseye was the old option. 25 obviously
Does he
gives you a
still
dart.
class himself as a professional?
31. Davy Proosten, 40.
Scrappy leg. But these are the ones where Davy normally steps up. Just plops it in the double.
It started off as a great... Looked like he was going to have a great season, Barney, didn't he? Got through Q School and then early on
20.
won a pro tour. And has
Franz
done
Roetzsch, 4.
very little since, unfortunately.
Game shot in the second leg.
Sneaks that one in the
Franz
corner.
Roetzsch.
In the corner of the double 1, which is 2 points and 2 legs on the board. Most importantly, though,
Third
that
leg is
is a break
France to
of
throw
throw.
first. Game on.
It's looking like those odds that I didn't really like at the start of the game again. You said it before, it's like they get it wrong and they get it right at the same
100.
time.
Yeah. Look like they've got this one right. They had the last one right. Up next.
Sort of feel we're feeling like it was probably a bit mispriced because we know
140.
how good Dave Prins is.
Yeah.
And we've seen him for so many years where those judgments are probably made on this sort of false representation of what he can do.
85.
Yeah, absolutely. Spot on. Up next, it's Davy Proosten up against Josh Payne. Again, a lot of favouritism for Josh Payne. 3-10, 12-5 for Davy.
Davy will have the
100.
advantage of throwing that game as well.
Yep.
Tomorrow that will flip, so the player you see throwing first today will be throwing second tomorrow, and we'll just reverse the order.
140.
So our final match today, Thibault Tricole against Haggerty. Will be our opening match tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. But you don't have to wait long for more darts at the end of
92.
today's play. We're back tonight with Group B. 5 players in action. Gavin Carlin, Scott Baker, Mike Warburton, Mike Gillett and Niall Cullerton. Great to see Niall back over.
100.
Take your pick out of that lot.
Yeah, good luck. Put all the names in a hat and then just put your hand in and pull one out.
I feel there's something
59.
in Mike Warburton.
Punch record 76.
Yeah, he's got a lovely throw, hasn't he?
You just sort of feel he's bubbling and just not quite finding the secret sauce.
we were doing it
56. Davy record
From people's
110.
homes or garages or conservatories. He was absolutely mind-blowingly good.
Seems so long ago, doesn't it? That was
86. Front record 20.
setting up boards all around where we could fit them.
5 for 3-0.
Ten. Davy required
This
24.
is to get the breaker throw back.
Been a strong element of his game so far today.
One more opportunity.
Yeah,
He's at the
he's on the
sixes and he
third
takes
leg.
it this time.
Dave Prins.
Dave Prins gets the breaker throw back. And just going back to what we were saying about these boards and things that we set up
It's
at home
Dave to
during those
throw
periods of
first.
time.
Game on.
We also had to set up cameras with that. And when you think about it, a lot of dart players aren't set up for having cameras or being able to, or even tech savvy enough to know how this works. And I remember being on one with Steve Beaton,
140.
and he had to do it on his phone, and they got the angle, and he didn't have anything to hold it up with, so he went and got a ladder, and he sellotaped his phone to a ladder so that the camera could look at the
57.
board. And
I seen a picture of that. It was brilliant.
I remember Alan Tabben. His Wi-Fi wasn't the strongest. I'm surprised he even had Wi-Fi, to be fair, Alan Tabben.
100.
One of the rare people that still read a newspaper.
Certainly was crazy, crazy times.
45.
For a long period of time, the only live sport was the then live league, now the Super Series.
There was quite a lot of good things that came from that period of time.
60.
You know, people evolving and
Well,
changing.
there still remains a lot of those leagues that are still played, you know, via the internet and on camera. And you had the ones doing cheating, and they got caught. That was a bit bizarre. I've seen some incredible averages from
100.
people that then turned up at Q school, and you know they were like 30 points off their sort of trust darts average.
I did really
28.
enjoy some of the videos I got sent of some questionable shots.
137.
I was actually doing an exhibition about 2 months ago, and one of the guys that was in one of those videos that it happened to, and it was, for me, it was like a legendary video. It was a big video for me during lockdown, and then he came to the exhibition. And I was like, I was like
126.
starstruck.
Well, like most people during lockdown, I decided to
107.
and in
Maybe
the
require
process the board come
47.
down and stayed down.
I've seen this from Dave already today, missing the big number. Then he recovered it.
Game shot on the
And we've
fourth
seen it
leg.
again.
Dave Prins.
That's the experience.
There's nothing more annoying than stood behind and seeing that, thinking, well, you can't even hit a big number. How are you going to hit a
France to
double?
throw
And
first.
they last dart you. Can make the blood boil.
100.
It shows you the value of playing competitive darts.
Yeah, the kind of things that happen when you're playing local league, and it's all about not panicking.
100.
You can't shortcut experience. You can't cheat it.
That's for sure.
101.
Get experience. You need to be there. You need to be doing it. Mind and body engaged in the task.
180.
Davy fills it up for the first time in this match. We referenced earlier that Franz tends to find his 180s in
100.
clusters. Sort of following that trend today as well. This is better from Davy.
140.
100, 180, 140. This is how you attack the throw.
85.
That last
Davy
dart
require
wavering off.
81.
Forces him into a 3-dart combination. They're just checking the scores. Seeing where Franz is. Seeing if he's got the luxury of time. I think he's got this one
60.
wrong.
France require 115.
The maths are wrong. Left himself 21. Franz could jump in. Offer some Payne.
95.
Not Josh Payne. Josh Payne
Davy
we'll see
require
next.
21.
It should be a bit easier for Dave to work out. 2 8s.
Five.
That would have been for his second breaker throw in this game.
France require 20.
Made a bit of a mess of this one. It's offered Franz the chance to have an unlikely holder throw.
No score.
And he's bust that with a first dart.
Davy requires 16.
Getting a little bit messy at the back end of this leg. Dave will just want to get this over with. Get the point on the board. To do that,
8.
he needed the dart to have gone in the double 4.
France require 20.
So from 81, he's had 9 darts.
Game shot.
Not been able to convert it, and then Franz
Roetzsch
picks his pocket. Hold a throw there for Franz. Davy's woes continue.
Dave to throw first. Game on.
Ironically, it's been the doubles that have been his strength. Let him down there where he needed them the most.
59.
Time is running out for Davy. Lost 4-3 in both of his games so far. Lost to Josh Payne in his opening game. Lost to Steve Haggerty in the last one.
100.
He can only get a 4-3 at best here. So he's going to be in the minus leg deficit, even if he can get the win. But the point situation is starting to run away from Dave now.
100.
If he loses this, it will have to be perfect. He will not be able to afford to lose one more, or else his chances of progressing to Saturday's final will be over.
95.
He'll be taking that long drive, and that 670-mile round trip will be coming a lot sooner than he'd have wanted it.
Yeah, and the disappointment that will come with it. He's not played anywhere near what we expected.
60.
At the start of the show and in the preview, we were saying how we expect Josh and Dave to potentially be 1 and 2.
Yep.
139.
We just thought the solid style of play would have suited Dave Prins, especially going into this group. And the surprise package really is Steve Haggerty, really.
100. France require 167.
is tight. A lot of players on 4 points.
131.
Certainly didn't expect this match to be where one of these was going to pick up their first win of the day.
If Franz can hit 36 points
42.
from here, he'll be getting his
Points
first victory of the day.
36. Game shot on the match.
And no
Franz
mistake
Roetzsch.
at all, pins it with his first dart, and it is a 13 dart leg for Franz. And his first 2 points on the board. When we come back, will be Davy Proosten against Josh Payne.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series, where Franz Roetzsch has got his first victory of Group C up against Davy Proosten. He did it with a 4-2 success, averaging 84.03 and 4 from 13 on the checkouts and a high out there of 53. Well, let's have a look then at what that result does to the league standings as we head towards the midway point of the opening day of 2 here in Group C. And as you can see, 4 players all locked on 4 points. Tricole, Payne, Haggerty and Preston all picking up 2 victories from their first 3 games. However, that is going to change in our next matchup because the victor of this game between Davy Proosten and Josh Payne will be the first player to make it on to 6 points in this group. I hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're tuning in to us from. And don't forget to subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel where we've got plenty of content throughout the week as well as every single match live. So let's get into our next encounter and we're going to watch it in the very capable hands of Matthew Edgar and first, Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, a big, big game. Is this where I think Josh Payne sets his stall out and starts to control this group map?
Absolutely agree, yes. When you look at the league table and you think there's just one leg between these 2 players at the moment, separating them in the placings for the table, it doesn't quite match up when you look at the stats and the averages and everything they've been producing. And it's just sort of a bit of a misread at this point of the table, isn't it?
Well, yeah, Josh Payne's averaging well over 90 for the day. He's had averages of
Okay, first leg, it's Davy to throw
96,
first.
69,
Game on.
98, and 89.1. Where Davy is at an 80, a
40.
79.5, and a 91.2.
I was going to say, with this game, my fear is Davy goes deliberate. Because Josh is just a little bit more deliberate in his approach and his play, that Davy slows things down as well. And there was evidence of that there just in those first 3 darts, and straight away he lost the lie.
It's when it's all one motion, isn't it? That's when he seems to be at his best.
And he doesn't have that pause, that
Yep.
sort of set point.
Yep.
$140.
You would have watched the quality of Josh Payne, and
55.
straight away you have a mindset of, right, I've got to play at this level. Josh already taking
84.
the throw of Davy.
Josh is the favourite for the week before it started. He's the favourite for this group, and he's the favourite pretty
60.
much for every game he's playing here. But that doesn't mean he is not beatable. Saw him beat by Tricole, 4 legs to 1, and Tricole, all he had to do was throw 101 average.
100.
Reminds me of that great thing that Shane Burgess once said regarding Phil Taylor. Yeah, he gives you chances. 161, 164, 167, 170.
96. Joshua Quite 84.
Bright start this for Josh in his new bright shirt as well. It's quite a nice shirt that Josh has got there.
Definitely
32.
blue.
Davy Rock 111.
Davy's been pinching these sort of shots. He could have had another one to his basket.
91.
That was a
Good
well
effort.
thrown
Joshua
dart.
Yeah.
Quire 52.
It's for a break.
32. Davy required 20.
Both players on double 10 after 18 darts, but well, right to throw in first. Davy will get the opportunity
No
at the
score.
21st. Busts.
Wrong bed.
Joshua required 20.
So, one bullet dodged. Can he find the double 10 and get that break?
10.
Have another go, Davy.
required 20.
2 10s. Back up to the 5s. In the 12s last time he was here. That's a nice
15.
lie. He hasn't
Joshua
used that
required
very
10.
well. Gets infectious, doesn't it?
Yep. Just end up falling into that
6.
trap, and he's done it again.
Davy require 5.
Have another go, Davy. Come for 3 for double 1. A long way high.
No score.
Go for the old 1 up, 1 in.
Joshua require 4.
You got the up part right.
He's upstairs.
That's awkward. This would be a good dart. It's come left.
No score.
Have another go, Davy. 5.
Davy require 5.
Is he going to go the same way? Does. Same result so far.
No score.
Exactly the same result. That was not a replay.
Joshua require 4.
That was a new throw.
Again, it's a blocker.
Gone left here. He's going to try and tuck that over the
Game
dart. That's
on
a
the
very good
first leg.
dart.
Josh Payne.
Came round and got there in the end.
Well, I don't think we'll see a longer leg
Second leg is Josh to
this
throw
week.
first.
That was a 30. Well, we've
Game
seen
on.
a break of throw in more darts, and that was a 30-dart break of throw.
The way Josh has been playing, he's normally been wrapping up 2 and a bit legs in 30 darts,
140.
especially on the throw.
It hasn't affected him or Davy.
140.
You know they're going to go out in like 12 darts now or something. You almost get that little bit of almost embarrassment when you
Yeah.
get caught in that moment where you're just missing double. You just want it almost to the point where Davy would have been stood there thinking,
Go
just
on,
get
hit
it done.
Yeah, get it over with.
83.
They've both recovered well. There's no dwell. Sort of game on.
Yeah, there's no sort of hangover from that leg. If they got it in 15, it would be half as many darts.
59.
This is the sort of game where neither player now can worry about the averages in this or when they've come off and have a look at those.
98.
It doesn't really matter what they do now. They're not going to recover themselves to a level that they would come off and go, I'm happy with that on the averages. So just keep your eye off the screen, get the 2 points on the board and
That's it.
80.
move on to the next game.
Get the win. Get the 2 points. But Davy threatening to break straight back.
43. 129.
To a big finish in the last game,
137.
160 finish. That's 2 trebles to a double. That would have been the same, although I would have fancied him to have gone the double-double route.
57. Josh
He got the
required
57.
50.
He loves the tops. Does Josh love tops?
Game shot on the second leg.
That's a great recovery
Josh
there. That
Payne.
tops was a long way off. He wouldn't have been happy with that dart, but he'd be delighted with the third dart straight in the double 10.
Third against
50
Davy to
checkout,
throw first.
doubles his lead.
Game on.
He'll be delighted to be 2-0 up.
$100. 81.
Finding the cover. Damage limitation after that opening dart.
60.
Maybe not providing too much resistance at the moment to Josh, and Josh can just find anything like we've seen from him today. He could be looking at a very
84.
large win here, which would really set himself up nicely in the table.
125.
Sometimes playing someone as erratic as Davy can also have its pitfalls.
It makes you aware, doesn't it? You're aware of what they're doing. When you're playing
100.
some of the top players, you just expect. And you don't even care what they're doing. You don't
No,
even look,
because you know it's coming.
Yeah. And if it doesn't, bonus.
Yeah.
Where, when you're playing someone
190.
who's so up and down all the time, you just become a little bit more aware, a little bit more
Conscious.
watching.
Yeah,
Yes,
conscious of what they're doing.
180. Davy
They will be conscious of that
97.
because Owen treats us to the big 180 call. And the timing of the 180s can often be quite good. I remember then Andy Hamilton, and he hit a 180 to leave 2.
Yeah.
Just to get that big 180
23.
call and that
Just
moment.
require
and
56.
Well, we discussed it yesterday. It's the only way really you can almost affect your
Game shot
your
on the third
opponent's
leg.
visit. But that's
Josh Payne.
a 14 darter. It's the double break, a 3-0 lead. And as you say, in terms of the table,
Fourth leg against Josh
he
to
will
throw
go on to
first.
6
Game
points.
on.
But more importantly, he'd go on to +5 in terms of leg difference.
And at the moment, Davy is one of the runners, according to the table,
84.
to be challenging Josh for one of those top 2 places. So if you can take 4 legs off him, not only do you put 4 on yours, but you take 4 away from him. And
45.
that starts opening gaps. Gaps that can only be returned if tomorrow Davy can return the favour and They will play each other again tomorrow, but Josh Payne will be throwing first in that game as well. So
84.
that advantage of throw will be in the favour of the man in blue.
81. $100.
Just about to say it's now or never for Davy, and he chooses now.
180.
First 180 of the game for him. One apiece in that column.
Oh,
This is
Josh hitting
quality.
straight back.
125.
Forced the last one.
I like this
86.
108. You can
Joshua
take your
McGuire,
pick.
108.
You can literally leave yourself whatever you want. Not now.
105.
68. Davy Rock, 109.
It's another ton plus out. That leaves 52. Josh will be back at tops for 4-0.
69.
And he will be back.
Joshua McGuire, 40.
That is the 11th missed start in this match from Davy.
30. Davy
That is
Rockwire,
the
40.
16th from Josh.
Gave him shot on the 4 flag. Davy
He gets a leg
Proosten.
on the board. Finally hits a double. Took him 12 attempts, but he's finally got one on the board.
Yeah, 3
Fifth
match
leg, it's
starts
Davy
there
to throw first.
for 4-0.
Game on.
But Josh Payne had his chosen tops and 1 at 10.
We saw this the other day.
100.
Keep a player alive, they can come back and punish you. Scott Baker looked like he had it all wrapped up against Gavin Carlin. And then Gavin just came back at him. Then he started taking out big finishes.
134.
And it all went wrong. And he ended up losing it 4-3, which actually set off a train for Scott Baker where he lost the next one
85.
4-0.
Yeah, that's right. And the thing that will happen, you've had 3 match starts against you, and you think, well,
58.
that should be it. It should be done. I'm out. Or out of the match. So now you can just free roll.
59. $99.
Important final dart.
$61.
Saviour of a dart there. Wasn't far away. Wasn't getting the reward for the quality of the dart that was thrown. Josh will be looking to set this up. Another treble has done just that. What a time to hit a 180. Leaves himself on 30.
Didn't even think or worry about complicating things, just straight in for the max to leave double 15.
85.
He's not worried about the split. Double
Joshua
15 is a
McGuire,
nice
30.
double. Sort of the same position as the 16, just the opposite side of the board. And if you like tops and tens like Josh does, should just be able to come in. That's hit the flight.
22. Davy
Brought the flight
McGuire,
on the way through.
Bumped it
111.
across, didn't it?
Mm.
Michael Smith is deadly on the double 15.
51. Joshua McGuire, 8.
Just wrap it up.
Game
And that's
shot
what Josh
on the
does in the
max.
second dart. He wraps it up.
Josh Payne.
It wasn't a classic, it wasn't pretty, but he's got the 2 points on the board. The main thing here is ignore the average. It's those checkout column there that tells the story. 4 from 23, 1 from 12 for Davy. That's what brought the averages down in that one, but Josh won't care too much about that. The most important thing, getting the points on the board. He's got +3 in the legs column. He keeps himself in the running to get through to Saturday night's final. Up next is Dave Prins versus Thibault Tricole.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Josh Payne got the better of Davy Proosten by 4 legs to 1 in a real attritional battle. We don't really want to see the averages or the stats in that one. It was one of those games, but Josh Payne will just be happy that he's got the 2 points on the board. And if we have a look at the table following that game, it has put him top of the pile. 6 points to his name following 4 matches, and there's now 3 players behind him, all lurking on 4 points. One of them is one of the players playing in our next match, Thibault Tricole. He can join Josh Payne at the top of the table with victory against Prins, who's looking to get his first win of the week so far. Last time Thibault played, the gents in the commentary box wondered what his favourite type of music was. Well, at Lakeside, his walk-on song was a jazz track, which was a part of his friend's bar or band or something along them lines. So Thibault likes a little bit of jazz, and we've got 2 very jazzy commentators to talk us through this next encounter.
Nice one, Henry. I like a bit of jazz myself. Nice. Well, this might not be nice for Dave Prins. He is in a world of trouble. Yet to find a win today. Nil point and -4.
Said you need a minimum 7 wins. He's already lost 3. There's only 10 games to play, so Dave has to win every single one of them, and that still might not be enough to get him through. So he's completely knockout darts now for Dave Prins.
Yeah, he won't be happy with the way he's performed so far today.
Tricole will be happy with how he started the day.
Yeah.
4-2 victory over Franz with a 91-48, which was around about the best we've seen from him, really, so far this week.
43.
Until he had that game with Josh Payne when he had that 101.79. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. Put the foot completely off the gas in the last game when he lost to Davy Proosten.
180.
Seems to have found that va-va-voom again. Opens with the maximum.
140.
Wonder how the tempo of the match will suit Thibault. No early evidence
100.
that he's affected by the pace or a lack of it.
Can I claim va-va-voom as joining in with Henry on the French?
Genius, mate.
81.
Boom.
Don't know much French. I know va-va-voom, Thierry Henry, Zinedine Zidane.
140.
Renault.
French fries.
$45.
You
Did we
mentioned
require
French toast
81?
with your love of food. This to round off a beautiful leg.
57.
We'll return for the double 12.
125. Team, you require 24.
We'll break a throw.
21.
Making a mess.
Dave, you require 67.
Dave's got a chance to pick his pocket. Thibault's been picking people's pocket all week.
Yeah, a bit of karma.
Choose 10 for tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
It's it.
Dave Prins.
Penny for the thoughts of Thibault Tricole at the moment, because he'll be feeling a little bit sick in the stomach
Second leg
with
is
that one.
Thibault to throw first.
Yeah, that one will hurt. It was such a lovely leg. He was double 12 for an 11 darter.
41.
Seen that from him this week. We said at the very start of the show, he's just got to tighten up. He loose starts
60.
at times, and there was a couple of handfuls there that he earned his chance to break the throw.
134.
In this Group C, you do not have the opportunity to make too many mistakes. Only 2 players from the 6 are going through. The rest will be taking the journey home.
BFH.
85.
You do not get a bendy bully in this game. Did you go on bullseye at all, Chris?
No, unfortunately I didn't.
180.
I was a little bit too young for the one. I wasn't playing when the first series came around, and I didn't really like the second
39.
series. I thought it was junk,
Thibault, you require 146.
and the money was garbage, so I declined.
40.
Well, it takes a couple of grand to get you out of bed, don't it, Chris?
Certainly does nowadays, pal. Range Rover don't drive itself, you know.
57.
Especially in today's
Thibault, you
prices.
require
Put a
106.
bit of overtime in.
£160 to fill it up.
90.
Again, more double trouble. None from 6, and he's averaging 98, and he's 1-0 down.
2 180s on the board as well. Shows the power scoring at the moment that Thibault's got.
60.
5-2 in the
Thibault, you
scoring
require
department
16.
in favour of Thibault.
Game shot in the
This time,
second leg.
He finds the
Thibault
double.
Tricole.
And it's a hold of throw of his own. This time, 16 darter. Good.
So that gets
should
Dave
be
to throw
2-0 up.
first. Game on.
And if it had gone out in 12, he'd have been averaging around about 106 right now, and looking good and comfortable.
T1.
Massive chasm in the averages at this early phase. He looks to fill it up for a third time and does.
180.
Third leg of the game, and that's the third 180.
Yeah,
Thibault Tricole.
one in each leg.
Can get his 4th here.
60.
Could be on for a 9. We saw a 9 from Davy Proosten earlier today. 3 treble ones.
Have you clipped that up?
I have,
Good
yes.
man.
Yeah.
100.
Never miss an opportunity.
Thibault missed an
85.
opportunity in leg 1. He's made up for it in leg 2. It's that all-important break of throw coming in leg 3.
180.
Second 180 of the leg, and his 4th in the match.
This is quality from Thibault. We saw him break the 100 average earlier on today. The 101.79 against Josh Payne. He is well over the 100 in this one.
140. Thibault require 41.
101 against Josh Payne. He was 4 from 5 on the doubles.
25.
He's 1 from 9.
Davy require
in this one.
135.
And he's still over the top of that average, which just shows how powerful this scoring is. 4 180s. Dave's got another chance here to try and pinch this one. Treble 20. Give him a dart at the ball, and I quite like that live for Dave. If he would have moved over to the
63.
left-hand side, he could have
Thibault
Being a
requires
left-hander,
16.
used it as a wall.
Yeah, just slotted it down the side.
12.
Here we go again. Thibault dominates
you
the leg and
require
can't get the
72.
break. Can Dave pick his pocket again? Should get a dart. Does get a dart.
52.
Misses the dart. So
Thibault
Tricole comes
require
back
4.
and break the throw.
Double deuce.
No score.
Dear oh dear. Bus ride.
Dave, you require 20.
We know it's getting into Christmas season, but Dave must think it's Christmas Day.
15. Thibault, you require 4. Game shot on the third
Finally,
leg.
Tricole gets
Thibault
over the line.
Tricole.
It's the double 2 for his second leg. First breaker throw. It's only his
Fourth leg,
second
it's
double he's
Thibault
hitting
to throw
15.
first. Game
Despite
on.
that, the average is 90.
That's astounding. Like you say, with
60.
13 missed darts at doubles in 3 legs to still have an average of 90. He has hit 4 180s, 1 140s in 3 scores of between a ton and 139.
100.
Sometimes, when one area of the game's not working,
100.
it starts affecting others. When you start missing those doubles, it can become infectious because then you feel you need the scoring phase of your game to buy you the extra opportunities in that time, and you sort of pressurize even this part of a leg.
55.
Where you should just be doing what we normally do, just turning over the arm and hitting those treble 20s. This could be 5. It is.
180.
5th 180 of the game, and he's only at the halfway point.
$80.
Thibault hasn't got that many
Thibault,
180s
you
this
rock
week. He's been one of
161.
the least likely to hit them. And then he's just found 5.
In 1 match, in
59.
4 legs. Remarkable.
$99.
102 for Tricole.
Thibault, you rock 102.
The 3-1. An absolute control of the match. Should be ball.
$70.
Group A,
Dave, you require
Tricole played 15
167.
matches and hit 11 180s. Got nearly half of that in this game.
Of a 19 ball.
Tricole likes this area of the ball,
95.
tries to leave it when possible.
Thibault, you require 32.
There's a lot more success down in this left-hand side of the board.
$16.
Not this time, though.
Dave, you require
Gives Dave an opportunity to
72.
get the break back and put us back on a level game.
Now 2 from 18 on the doubles. 2 12s. The 2-2.
66. Thibault, you require 16.
He's sprinting to the line, and then when it comes to that final bit, he's just stuttering
12.
over, and on this
Dave, you
occasion,
require
not even
6.
crossing. When he won darts, he's had at doubles.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Punished.
Dave Prins.
Dave Prins hits a double 3. He's had 8 darts himself. The checkout stats
5th leg, it's Dave to throw first. Game on.
extremely low. 2 from 21, 2 from 8, and 9.52% for Tricole.
A leg and a bit, isn't it? In missed starts at doubles.
41.
Want to lose a match like this. It will smart for a while.
Especially when you look at that 180 column and you put 5 marks in there.
43.
In this sort of format, you get 5 180s, you're going to think you're going to be pushing that 100 average, but we saw earlier he was around that, and he's just slowly come down. Now down to an 82.
60.
This is what I said earlier when Tend to find that one part of
59.
your game's not working, it can infect onto others, because even at the start of legs, you feel like you need to do more.
Yep. Plus, you're dealing with the disappointment.
100.
Is the most 180s we've seen from any player in a game. Seen 3. Lucas Venig hit 3 180s twice this week. Kevin Carlin,
41.
Franz and Davy Proosten all in 3 180s in a game, but no one's hit 4 and certainly no one's hit 5. He has time to extend that column as well.
85.
Only 11 for the week coming into this.
He's got to make sure of now he's not losing the match. He should have won this 4-0.
He'll be aware of that as well, and
that frustration starts to eat away at you, doesn't it?
especially when he's had 3 frustrating days so far. This was day 1, it'd be easier to laugh it off and think I've got more time ahead of me, but the chances are running out.
99. Davy Rook 120.
I don't like that play there either, going on the 19s to leave the 119. The 18s would have been a much more useful switch. He's now going to...
He's up and down, isn't he?
Well, even a treble with the first start doesn't help
45.
him. A treble with the first
Thibault
start might still mean 12 and ball.
119.
Treble 20. Would have left him tops.
99.
What the odds? What are the odds are on him taking 170 out in this match to win it?
Good dart from Dave. 2 at the double. He only needs the 1.
Dave Prince.
Dave Prins has looked like a passenger in this game virtually all the way through, but he's just jumped into the driver's seat and he's running away with the bus
Thibault
now.
to throw first.
Dave Prins, 3-2 up.
He's stolen the bus.
60.
Like we said many times, you keep a player alive, they can come back and bite you.
135.
That's Scott Baker.
$100.
Dave, like we said, got a bit of pedigree, bit of class. That for a minute and a half, he could find some darts that could just see this one over.
60. $99.
The total tons.
99.
As many for Thibault Tricole than Dave Prins, and it's Dave Prins that leads 3-2, and that's the reason.
99.
Not just even the fact it's twice as many tons, it's come in the 180 column as well. So almost like a double whammy, you know, with the 180s. As good as 2 visits when you look at Dave's scoring in this game.
95. Thibault Rook 143.
Those 2 visits are reflected in the checkouts because he's had those darts at the double. That's where they've gone.
Yeah, that's why he's had time to, or had the opportunity to hit them.
101. Davy require 112.
Good darts there, though, from Thibault, but he'll only come back if Dave misses the 112. If not, this is game over. That's awkward. That's quality.
For the most unlikely of wins.
Game shot on the match. Dave Prince.
The game never fails. 84.72 the average for Thibault, 77.81. I still don't know how Dave Prins has won that one, but that is his first win of the day and more. disappointment for Thibault. We're going to be back with Steve Haggerty against Franz Roetzsch.
If ever there was a game to emphasise the phrase scores for show, doubles for dough, I think that previous one did exactly that. As Davy Proosten gets his first victory here in Group C at the Super Series. Let's have a look at the stats from that game. Thibault Tricole hitting 5 maximums in there, but it was the 2 from 21 on the checkouts, which unfortunately was his downfall. 4 from 10, likewise for Davy Proosten. Let's have a look at what that does to the league standings, because Prins now gets his first win, meaning every single player is on the board in day one here at the Super Series. Josh Payne is at the top on 6 points. However, he could have company there if Steve Haggerty can get the better of Franz Roetzsch in our next tungsten battle here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So let's get the action underway. Without any further ado, let's hand back over to our commentary team for this one. It is primetime Matt Edgar, who is joined alongside first Mace the Ace. But first, chaps, I just want to continue on a conversation we had earlier on in the week where you were discussing tournament formats. Now, if you could bring a new tournament into the calendar for 2023, what would it be and why?
Ooh, nice one, Henry. For me, I'd like to see a similar event like the snooker shootout, one leg of 1001. We could break new records and set new records, and I think it'd be fascinating as well.
Yeah, it's very similar to an idea I posted about a year or a year and a half ago of a Royal Rumble of darts, where, like I say, one player stays on stage and you have a short format game, play the game, winner stays on, just work your way through, and then whoever's left standing at the end is your Royal Rumble of darts winner.
The only flaw with that is that someone could stay on for about 10 and then
Okay, first look, it's Steve to throw
energy
first.
depleted, lose to someone
Game
else.
on.
And my idea would be that you get the draw started I don't know, barrier and 2 balls out. They play each
55.
other. Winner goes into a winner's pool. The winner of that first match then picks out the next 2, and they're all waiting outside. They don't know when they're on. I'd like to do it in a way where the
45.
first ball's drawn out, and all you hear as a player is your walk-on music. Know you're on. The next ball comes out, and then you hear your walk-on music. And out you come.
125.
I think it'd be quite dramatic and a bit of fun. And because we don't play 1001, we could have our first match where we see 3 180s in a leg, or maybe 4.
We just saw 5 180s.
Or maybe
in the last
5.
game.
95.
But surprisingly, a player with the 5 180s took the defeat 4-2. Dave Prins gets his first points on the board.
100.
You sort of feel that if one of these two is going to progress through this group, they're going to have to beat each other twice.
180.
It's not one where one player can win and the other one can trade wins. They can't afford to do that.
Agreed.
They're going to have to beat the 2-0 against them on the head-to-head
60.
stats.
Steve, you're requiring 46.
Well, this is a good start for Steve. He was the 11-8 outsider. Franz was the
26.
8-15 favourite.
156.
Oh, I don't like that. Especially when Steve has the throw. Just having a look back to
100.
this morning
Steve, you
to see
require
if
20.
there's been a move in there, and
Game shot on the first leg.
there actually has
Steve
been a move.
Haggerty.
It's Franz this morning was 4-9.
Wow.
Steve
Second leg is
13
France
to
to throw
8.
first.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Franz at those odds.
No. Shout out. Happy birthday
45.
to my pal Colin Monk, former World Master winner.
55.
Former player down at the Southampton venue when we were the live league. Can still play a bit, Colin.
100.
There was a line that I really liked on The Undertaker's
60.
last ride. He said, he's not as good as he once was, but he's as good once as he ever was. And I think that's a very good...
Very apt in darts.
Yeah, when you've got that sort of ability in the locker
100.
to win something like the World Masters, you can bring it out on occasions, but you just lose that sort of consistency to be that good all the time.
140.
Very much is part and parcel of most individual sports as you get a little bit older and
100.
a little bit wiser, but a little less dedicated.
And a little bit more mentally beaten up as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
78. Branch of 156.
Yeah.
100.
Great last start. Just what he needed as well, because he would have been starting to pique his interests.
58. Branch of 56.
Chin would have been coming up. Tops. He's enjoyed this all week. You enjoy tops, you enjoy tens.
36. Steve, you require
There's an
110.
opportunity here to Steve, and this is for a break of throw. He needs one treble. Got a shot at the double. He will not be doing.
40. Branch of 20.
For a level game and a hold of his own. Doubles has been a massive feature of today's play so far. Going to continue here.
Game shot on the second leg.
He gets there in
Franz
the end.
Roetzsch.
21 dart hold. Yeah, as you're saying, as you get older, it's the dedication, and
Third leg, it's
also when
Steve to throw
you're
first.
fairly sort of comfortable. And do I want to go chasing around all over the world in hotels and flights? Marvin
55.
Agler came out with that wonderful quote. It's tough to get out of bed. It's tough to get out of bed to do road work at 5 a.m. when you've been sleeping in silk pajamas. In your case, obviously.
100.
Well, they might be. Are they silk?
No, they're just... You don't get silk pyjamas where I go shopping.
32.
Bit of Primarni.
$125.
Actually went into my first Aldi this week. It's very good, you know.
24.
Really good, actually. Not quite ventured into one of those pound shops yet.
59.
Well, there's a shop I could recommend down here. There's a retro toy shop.
Is there really?
Yeah, just up the road. It's cost me
$77.
probably a bit too much money last time
have
I was
you-
here.
Did you know it was here when you came down here?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, yeah.
It's-
I always look when I go to an area, see if there's a retro toy shop, and there is. It's very, very good, very well stocked. There's about 15 items I want, and when I priced it up and it came up at about $5 grand, I thought
100.
I best limit it down
Oops.
a bit.
To 10. Sorry, love, but
I think I came up with about 7 in the end.
57. Front of 100.
is it a hobby or an investment? Or both?
I say it's an investment, so I get away with it, but they're going nowhere.
Game shot in the third leg.
That's a much
Franz
better
Roetzsch.
finish. 117 for Franz. It's a breaker throw. It's a much better leg. A 15 darter.
Fourth leg is France to throw first. Game on.
I'd like to do one of them, you know, them programs where we would just zoom to your house and there you are, your missus selling all your stuff.
60.
Surprise, surprise.
I think I'd cry. Years of accumulation of collectibles.
83.
Barneveld used to do the same, didn't he? He had a, well, probably still has a collection of that sort of thing. Collectible figures of,
55.
you know, the cartoon superhero characters or whatever they are. Tell I'm an expert on it.
Sort of gives you a reason
58.
though as well. It gives you a drive, gives you motivation. Because most people's motivation is always want to get a house. Once you got
Yeah.
a house, get a car. Once you got that, like you said, that drive and that motivation to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, to put those hours in goes. So
Mm.
you tend to find you're a bit of a collector,
45.
or you've got a hobby or an interest or something that just keeps you driven, keeps you hungry. We've already decided I'm
42.
a hungry guy, you know, when we've looked at the love for food.
Mine's a Bentley, but there's nowhere to park it down here. Barely park a moped
100.
anywhere.
$60.
We eventually found some. I've got a white Range Rover and it's enormous. You can't, it's not like something that you can miss. And it's not like a set of keys or something. When we came down to do some rehearsals, me and Charlie came down together from Southampton
180.
down a side street. We spent about an hour and a half trying to find it. One of the most
41.
densely populated
Points
areas
required,
in the
61.
UK, Portsmouth.
You say walking round trying
Game
to
shot in
find
the
it.
fourth leg.
Steve Haggerty is
Franz
looking around the
Roetzsch.
board and around the room trying to find it. He's gone completely off here. He opened up with a good leg, and then now has just
Fifth leg, it's Steve to
can't
throw
find
first.
anything. He's all over the place. He's
Game on.
lost the line completely. He's in trouble here.
Capitulated.
Again, losing the line.
But again, you
95.
can see that shoulder coming into the throw mat.
One of the most common causes for left darts, especially when there's a bit of a lift in there.
Yep, a little bit of a climb on the toes.
140.
That's also a little sign of a lack of confidence as well.
40.
Almost like you want to get a bit closer to the board. You're not trusting the arm to do the work.
Yeah, and you're only throwing 20 odd gram
100.
bits of metal. It's not like you're throwing
59.
a paperweight.
Feel that he's in a lot of bother here. Franz's average is climbing, and Steve's just keeps
60.
dropping score by score, losing the line.
They don't make pretty reading.
140.
Needed that. Keeps him batting.
100. Steve, you've
Ball there,
167.
final dart.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Oh, treble 19 and ball.
95. France, you've 101.
One treble. Give him a dart at the double for the match. Take your pick. 19s is the choice. Give him a dart at double 12.
$89. Steve, you
Very low.
require
Took too long over
72.
that. Too much tension in the hand and the arm.
Tops.
52.
Need to get his second leg on the
France
board. That would have been a
require
hold a
12.
throw, but instead Franz comes back. 2 6s, 3 darts. And he busts
No
his
score.
opportunity.
Steve, you require 20.
Steve with an opportunity to hold his throw.
Close the gap to 1. Should be a good marker.
Game shot
And
the
it is.
fifth leg. Steve
Well,
Haggerty.
multiple match darts for Franz, but it is Haggerty. Haggerty
Fifth leg is
that
France
just
to
gets
throw
one back.
first.
It's
Game
all
on.
about Franz and his positivity comes in clusters. It might be a case that his negativity comes in clusters as well, because that game earlier with Davy Proosten, he had 18 darts at the double and hit 3.
40.
And we've seen throughout the week, and certainly at the beginning of the week, on the outer ring, he was ruthless. He was full on James Richardson.
Yeah, his stats in that department
60.
all the week are very impressive. 35.78%.
100. $140.
He was 4 from 13 in his victory over Dave Prins. That was a 30%.
100.
It's 30% in this one, 3 from 10.
180.
16% in the defeat to Davy Proosten, so probably running around about the mid-20s.
41.
Yeah,
Stevie
just
Rock
sort of roughly tried to
121.
work it out, and yeah, I think it's some 10% below where he was after the opening 3 days.
81.
Surprisingly, not much difference in the overall average, which says he's found a little bit more scoring power today. You can see that if you just look at the
100. Stevie requires
10 plus
40.
columns. 16 scores of 100
Game
or
shot on
more
the sixth flag.
to Steve Haggerty's 1.
Steve Haggerty.
That's astounding.
Yeah, it's 3-all with Steve Haggerty to
7
throw
from
first for the
final
match.
leg. It's Steve to throw first.
Those numbers
Game
make
on.
absolutely no sense at all.
$180.
Keep a player alive. They can come back and punish you. Been the theme.
120.
that was in.
That wasn't.
When it's not going your way, stuff like that happens.
60.
Almost like it's written in the stars.
And that does cause Franz to need an extra treble now to counteract that. Even a single 20 would have been fine.
Yep.
But the bounce out is going to cause an extra treble to be needed. This an equipment issue.
Yeah,
Everyone's going over to investigate.
oh, he's gonna. That's nice of Steve. He's gonna lend him a stem. Obviously broken the stem. Doesn't appear to have a spare one with him. You have a spare set of darts with you at all times?
Spare set of darts, flights, everything.
Do you have one? Do you have it all set up in your case? Yeah, same.
Yeah, all set, ready to go.
Yeah, I haven't even got a. And I'll literally sometimes just have a throw with all 6 darts, and then just pick 3, and they're the 3 I use.
We can see the stem that he's using.
100.
Completely different there. Sign of All preparation, really.
Well, again, inexperience.
Yes.
60.
It's like, even years ago, I used to put a flight in the stem and have it ready to go, all, you know, unfolded and nice and square.
140.
So if I broke a stem or damaged a flight, I just unscrew it and screw it straight back in.
Imagine Franz wins this game.
96.
Dart,
France record
Yeah,
with
that's
Steve's
41.
stem involved. Would you have gave him a stem?
60. Steve, you record 105.
Now, yeah. Then I'd give you a look as if to say, what?
He mellowed out a bit over there.
39. France require 81.
Well,
No, it's not. You know, it doesn't feel like life or death if I win a game of darts or not. Oh, nearly. Well, sensibly, he saved the dart with his normal
69.
equipment. And he's just
Stevie requires
on the edge
66.
of the double six. 12 for tops. He's missed the big number.
26. France required 12.
this to get his second win of the day.
Game
And
shot on
joins
the match.
Steve Haggerty
Franz Roetzsch.
on 4 points. 4-3 victory there. Break a throw in the last. Change of equipment. But the interesting thing there was that hundreds column. 18 ton plus scores there for Franz, and only just stumbles over the line in the end. But the most important thing is he got 4 legs. He now has 4 points. He's level with Steve Haggerty in the table.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where we've seen the 7-leg deciding match between Franz Roetzsch and Steve Haggerty. It was Roach the German who won it by 4 legs to 3. These are the stats on your screen now. Perhaps the one stat that isn't on your screen is the amount of ton plus shots. 18 for the German, and that high out of 117 en route to that deciding leg victory. And just as a side note, what an act of sportingship from Steve Haggerty. Franz Roetzsch had a broken stem in the final leg of the match. Steve allowed him to borrow his because he didn't have a spare stem in the set that he had on stage. Easy for me to say. And so he let him borrow his for the remainder of the match. Let's see what that result does then to the Group C table. As you can see, Josh Payne still leads the way following the 4th round of matches. He's on 6 points with Tricole, Roach and Haggerty alongside Proosten on 4. But now we enter the final round of matches here in Group C on Thursday. It begins with the Dutchman Davy Proosten up against Dave Prins. Let's hand up to your commentary team then for this game. 3 more to go in the company of the brilliant Matthew Edgar. And first, good afternoon again to Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yep, 3 more to bring you, and we will be at the halfway stage of Group C. And it is, well, it's tight at the top, isn't it? We've got Josh Payne on 6 points plus 4. And then we've got Thibault Tricole on 4 plus 2. Franz 4 with no leg difference. Steve on 4 legs, no difference. Davy 4 legs, 4 points minus 3. And Dave 2 minus 2.
Said before the last game, Dave Prins, it's knockout darts. Knockout darts and hope.
First leg, it's Dave Prince to throw
And
first.
he started off with a 4-2
Game
victory over
on.
Tricole, so he's still in there batting. Davy Proosten's got a couple of wins on the board already, so both these players still in the mix. And I'm looking forward to this one for one reason, really. I've said names have got a little bit more exotic over the years, and I like to see a few more Daves in the world, and we've got 2 Daves taking on here. We've got a Dave and a Davey.
60.
Big fan of the quick, easy names, the Daves and the Tims.
John, Paul. Of course, Davy Prins, or Dave Prins.
83.
An established player nicknamed the Badger. I presume that's a black and white thing.
60.
And Davy, nicknamed the Joker. Well, there was nothing funny for Thibault Tricole last time out against Dave
66.
Prins. Bizarre game. Well, we've just seen another bizarre game, haven't we, between Haggerty and Franz.
121.
Does that thing which got to take a look at, and that's walking on the last start.
I'd be interested to know with Davy Proosten
44.
if he actually knows what pace his game is. Because he seems to play the pace of the person who he's playing, and he adjusts all the time rather than playing his own game.
Well, there's a player in action tonight, and it was something I picked up on quite early in Mike Gillett. And he starts off very deliberate and quite slow. And then as his confidence grows, so does the tempo of his throw. And when he's sort of got a nice bit of fluidity, really does play much better. It's way more 180s. And it's something that he said that he'd listened and wanted to watch his throw and see how he was playing.
49.
And just sort of try and pick up a few bits and pieces. And he said, something that I never thought about. And then I consciously made an effort just to quicken my tempo up. And he said his game feels like it's improved, which is the beauty of this as well, being able to watch it back.
39. Davy
we don't see it when we're throwing.
111.
We don't feel it.
That's the advance of technology as well, isn't it? Everyone has a phone now. A phone's got a camera attached to it. Very good cameras as well.
Well, most of them can do that lovely slow-mo, so you can actually see what you like on release.
Game shot on the first leg. Dave Prins.
Well, Dave Prins, as you mentioned, Matt, at that point of no return.
Second leg is Davy Proosten to throw
mathematically,
first. Game on.
but all the other results would have to go his way. He could probably, you know, I've seen people go through with 12 points, but it's all came down to leg difference. Which he's not
100.
in a bad place, because when he was beaten early on, they were full threes. But he is currently on 2-2, so this would have to be a 4-0 win, really, ideally.
140.
Don't give out many tips or predictions, but I'll give you one in this, and I think Dave's going to win this one.
59.
Well, great to see you've got off the fence.
He's liable to a bounce out. The way the dart sits up and stands in the board, if he touches the flight, it'll take a bit of pace off the board and just...
And he uses a big dart, doesn't he?
I think 26 grams, I think I've got it down as.
That sounds about right.
26 grams. There's not many people go that heavy. Obviously, Ryan Searle goes on a 32.
I tried to throw them, and I just don't know how he generates, because his throw's quite nice and smooth.
Yeah, very soft, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, very floaty, very soft.
Shows you the timing is perfect. If you had one bit of advice to give to an aspiring player, what would it be, mate?
100.
Take up golf, or
Yeah, it's a tough one, because everyone's going to have a different issue or a different thing to look for.
yeah, it's one of those kind of things that one size doesn't fit all.
The big thing is to make sure you always remember the reason you started,
42.
which is because we enjoy the game and we love the game. And
Yeah.
it's so easy to get caught up in things, and you can micromanage things far too much, and it can consume you. And you end up with players that fall off, or just end up hating the game, or really struggle to play, and dartitis and all these other things start coming in because we just micromanage things too much. And
Yeah, that's very much what happened with me. I
Davy
ended up
required
despising
97.
playing. I just hated it. And,
you don't practice as much.
well, I was still 30 odd in the world, and just literally walked away like that. I
77.
don't think I picked a dart up for
Davy
about 5
required
years. I've just literally
122.
totally fell out of love with the game, and playing a bit of just local league stuff now, and I absolutely love it. I now remember why I love the game so much. Can't finish now.
With the money that's in the game at the moment, it's very easy to try and, like I say, overmanage every single element. You're away a lot.
Try and be too perfect.
90. Davy required 20. Game
And as
shot on
well,
the second leg.
players have
Davy Proosten.
got to learn to manage their diaries as well, because I do fear that the amount
So look,
they're
it's
playing,
Dave
I know
Prins to throw
I always sort of in one breath
Game
I
on.
say, come on lads, you're only playing darts, but you know, you hear about a bit of fatigue and everything else. Identical averages, 78, 65 apiece, point for the joker. But then you hear of players doing
95.
exhibitions in between tournaments, and I'm like, you don't need to do that. We had no choice. You know, when we would go to America, we play in the luck of the draw, the triples, the mixed pairs, the men's pairs, just everything to try and recoup the cost of going to chase ranking points. Where, you know, there's plenty of time for exhibitions when you're winding down in your career.
45.
So the other thing that you need to find yourself is a very, very understanding partner.
Oh, yes.
You're going to be away a lot. And the better you get, the more you're going to be away.
100.
You're going to see the people you're competing with more than you do your own partners or children at times. And when you get back and you're tired and you're mentally drained, and you've got to be super dad and super partner and try and cram all that time
95.
in.
Yeah.
So you need a nice understanding one at home who helps you out. But there's times I've come back with one suitcase and she's packed the other one, and we just switch
100.
suitcase, and I'm out again the next day, you know, one night at home just to change the clothes over, and you're off.
Yeah, especially, I mean, unfortunately, my era didn't quite experience that, but It was bad enough then, and I look at the calendar now and I think, wow.
99.
Certainly if I was an elite player, I would probably pick and choose a little more.
Isn't this now why injuries are going through the roof?
Yep.
And that's where some maintenance could come into play, where
100.
we need to look at
Davy
what we can do when we're not playing, that
167.
rest, that recovery,
Yep.
stretches, and
That's a few of the players that I do advise, I supply them with the resistance bands and various vitamins and essential minerals, and of course now you
91.
can get your
Davy
essential
requires
greens in
76.
a small pot. You can mix them up on all your travels. You can get all that in. The most important
Game
thing,
shot the
which is
third leg.
often forgotten about, is
Davy
sleep.
Proosten.
Gotta sleep, which is something I rarely did.
Fourth leg, it's Davy Proosten to throw first. Game on.
Davy with that break of throw.
96.
Can he take control of the match? I am impressed with his mentality today. There's no doubt he'd have been disappointed with how he performed in
140.
the opening 3 days of Group A.
we gave him the P word, didn't we? We said he took a pumping.
140.
He were at one point worrying if he was going to get one win at all.
$100.
Couple of wins on the board today.
69.
The best one being that one over Tricole, who at the point of he took that victory, Tricole looked like he was going to run away with this.
Yep.
And then Davy just stepped up, 91.28 average, 160 finish in that game as well.
Yep, and it was sweet. It was middle of everything, wasn't it?
All of a sudden,
60.
it's gone from propping everything up and us concerned about him waving the white flag to racing towards the checkered flag.
100.
Davy,
60.
the 3-1,
Davy
and
required 96.
not a great deal of pressure on the 96.
60. Davy required
Sort of feel with
141.
Davy that you say there's not a lot of pressure on this shot, but I think he's the sort of player that it doesn't matter what the scoreboard says, he's going to put pressure on himself all the time. And
Yeah, I've noticed that. It doesn't manage those situations
55.
well.
Davy
Well,
required 36.
I'd think, right, okay. Well, 9 times out of 10, I'm getting 5 darts at this double 18 after it in the treble 20.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
you sort of feel
Davy
he's counting the
Proosten.
chances down, don't you? Like, oh, I've only got 4, I've only got 3.
Yeah, that's a great shout.
Got 3 legs on the board though now.
Fifth leg, it's Dave Prins to throw first.
Yeah, and the leg difference, if he
Game
can
on.
break through here and win it 4-1, he would cancel out that -3 deficit on the legs difference. And he would go to 6 points and no leg difference.
140.
Interesting thing as well for Davy is we've talked about the lack of power scoring, and
80.
he's sort of following that trend here again. Absolutely loading up that ton column. Nothing in the 180s, only 1 in the 140 column so far in this game, and this is something he's been doing all week, which means when you do that, when you get into a tighter
80.
game, you've either got to be going out first, or you can't afford trebleless visits at all.
Yep. And
80.
oh, that's unfortunate. Of course, if the point was touching the board, they count, don't they?
I think you're having a good stare at that because that's back-to-back 80s there where he's got a treble and a single and just been unfortunate not to have registered a score with the last dart.
I think with Dave on
22.
debut, Stall was set out quite early with the disappointment of being edged out 4-3, and then in his next match, again it was 4-3.
45.
Said when you start losing in this league, it's easy to start losing. Doesn't matter who you are. You start bad, it tends to carry on. And it could be a case of just the scheduling's just not worked out for Dave there. Having to take on the favourite for the week.
40.
Opening up there with Josh Payne, and Josh Payne, a good average there, 96.69. He only went down by a leg. That's when Josh went out in 16, 15, 12, 15 on throw. So round about the 105.
100.
And he followed it up with a performance he won't be happy with at 75 average against Steve Haggerty.
Well, we've seen it with many players, and recently with Josh Richardson, great day.
81.
Lost the opening match, went on to lose all of his games, and then won all of his won all of his games the next day. I think.
42.
I don't think you're a million miles away with
38.
how you start sets the stall out for the rest of your day's play, and your mentality and how you approach each match.
It's just something that will take a bit of time to settle. Something we don't do.
Well, of course, this is a new format to a lot of players. I mean, I'm sure they'd have played some round robin type stuff, but you know, we're used to just playing knockout darts. You lose a game, that's it.
58.
Off home, getting in a taxi.
Davy Rook 154.
Going to the chippy.
Bad sausage, chips and curry.
Maybe that's what we're doing wrong. We can't have that before. But at 9 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to struggle to find a chippy open.
130. Davy Rook
Bring the slow
80.
cooker. So that's why James Richardson does it. There we go. Worked it out. That don't like the way Dave's darts lie for a tops player when he's on a shot like 80.
40.
Because he's got
Davy
a loop
required 24.
They all just seem like blockers.
got quite a loopy throw anyway, so some serious
Game
dives
shot
needed
of the
there.
match.
Davy dives to
Davy
the bottom of the board
Proosten.
to hit the double three, wraps that one up, and after a horrid couple of days in Group A, he's bounced straight back here in Group C. It's his third win of the day. It's a 4-1 victory, and that moves Davy on to 6 points. Next game coming up is France against Josh Payne.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Davy Proosten has ended his day with a 4-1 victory against the Badger Dave Prins. Let's have a look at the match stats from that game then. Once again, it's been a story of missed doubles, really, hasn't it, today? 4 from 11 for Proosten, 1 from 3 for Dave Prins. Let's see what that does then to the league table as a consequence. Payne and Proosten both on 6 points, although Proosten's now played all 5 games for him today, whilst Dave Prins, after the first day's action, is down on 2 points. We have Thibault Tricole, Franz Roetzsch and Steve Haggerty all on 4 points. If Franz Roetzsch can get victory in this one against Josh Payne, we're going to have a 3-way tie, potentially a 4-way tie for the leads overnight. However, victory for Payne would mean no matter what, he would be top of the table overnight. So just 2 more matches to go then in our afternoon session. But a reminder, we're back from 10 p.m. this evening for the beginning of Group B on Sporty Stuff TV. But let's get back into the action in the company of Matthew Edgar and first, Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, a big game for both players. Franz could find himself in a spot of bother if he's beaten here. And it's just another step closer to qualification to Saturday night for this man. Josh Payne, 28 from Ashford, uses a 23-gram Red Dragon dart, nicknamed the Maximum for obvious reasons. Could be Maximus, the size of the boy.
That'd be some heavyweight final, wouldn't it, if Lucas Venig takes on Josh Payne?
Yeah, maybe they could have an arm wrestle afterwards or something.
Full of testosterone.
And then a bench press off if it's 1 apiece. Seen Jared Cole
I guess France to throw first.
on his Instagram
Game
reel.
on.
Working out hard in the gym. Another fabulous young talent. Looking forward to seeing Jared back here at the Super Series. If you want to join us, make sure you head over to dartshop.tv. £5 deposit for tickets. They are redeemable, so it is free to come and watch and get up close and personal with the action and the players. It's a real unique atmosphere and place to watch.
Yeah, really good. I was here a couple of weeks ago. I think it was the second Saturday they had down here, and it was great. You get to go out and meet everyone, and it's a really good atmosphere down here. Everyone's just loving the darts, and it's a proper environment for darts fans.
Well, early on, we had all the kids in from the local academy, and we had them up on stage playing matches.
140.
Charlie and Owen were refereeing the games for them, just giving them a feel of what it could be like.
Bit of a taster.
Yeah.
78. France require 85.
Seeing the kids really enjoy it. They are our future, of course.
45.
It's the future for this table. It's looking like Franz is going to take an early lead with a holder throw. He's left tops after just 12.
99. France require 40.
Franz was 7-4. Josh quoted at 2-5.
20.
Well, this is
Josh
right up Josh's alley, isn't it?
Yeah, these are sort of checkouts he enjoys. 88.
111.
That's a well thrown dart.
France require 20.
Nearly made us sound like we're geniuses.
That's
16.
Josh the opportunity.
Josh
again.
requires
We mentioned
16.
earlier that Franz has not been finding the double ring like he has
Game
in
shot in the
Group A.
first leg. Josh Payne.
If you do that against a player of the calibre of Josh Payne, you will get punished. You will not keep returning to the board.
Second leg is Josh to throw first.
Well,
game on.
Payne will make you pay. Our first match tonight promises to be a bit of a thriller as well. Don't forget, 10 o'clock, Sporty Stuff TV or the
140.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Gavin Carlin against Scott Baker. That's a real pick 'em, 4-5, 10-11.
60.
Every time I think of Gavin Carlin, I think of that almost pinning Franz to the board, which I've kept an eye on today. Franz has actually got himself caught on the board about 5 times.
Yeah.
It is.
He must use a real aggressive
100.
point, and they just don't come out.
When I reviewed that situation yesterday on YouTube and said it would probably have been one of the most viral videos that's ever existed in darts, I think
100.
Franz might have watched that because he's set himself up a few times and thrown the old dart in the hand.
We did some quite stupid things, me and my brother, when we were kids,
40.
and one of them was spreading our fingers and putting it over the ball and letting each other try and hit a ball. Hence those
140.
many dots over the back of my hand. And nothing wrong with the
57.
scoring from Franz so far. It's just that none from 5 in leg 1. But
130.
good to break
Joshua
back.
164.
Will get a shot at the 71. But everything we've seen so far today
136.
would suggest he
requires
needs more than
71.
3.
yeah. It's less than 33%
Aim
for
shot
the
the second
day.
leg.
He
Franz
finds that for a
Roetzsch.
15 dart break back. We did work it out a little earlier. It was
So
around
look,
about
it's France to
25%
throw
for the day,
first.
wasn't it? So
Game
yeah, he's
on.
needing more often than not a 4th dart to find the required double.
Helped him
85.
out a little bit. Let's give him a bit of confidence. 71's not a nice shot. Sometimes these numbers don't seem as big, but you might only get the 1 dart.
Or you might have to manoeuvre around the what was in that
85.
situation a marker dart, wasn't it? And it was a very good 3rd dart, and that does it fills you with confidence.
140.
We're seeing an example of that confidence in that turn.
96.
Good game here. 2 players very evenly matched in the scoring phases.
97.
I think Franz just slightly edging it. You can see that in the extra 5 darts he's managed to throw at the double.
85.
I see you're down to do an exhibition in January, aren't you? For Modus, a big show.
Got
Will that be part of your rehabilitation?
yeah, I've actually got a couple mid-October.
Perfect.
So I've got one in Skegness.
137.
Can't wait for that one.
They're always a good night out there.
One in Bradford.
All right, okay.
Then we've got one in Derby in December. So yeah, it's all part of the
65.
process.
The journey.
Point
Yeah.
required 42.
Tops for back-to-back legs.
22.
Would have been in.
Joshua required
5 visits.
170.
Oh. Again, blocker darts and low.
60. French required
2
20.
10s for 2 legs. The 5s. That's no help.
No, it was a
15.
scared dart, wasn't it?
Joshua required 110.
Split in the end anyway. My advice for that is just think about top wire.
50. French require 5.
Had 12 darts at a double so far. Converted 1.
Game shot on the third
Make
leg.
that 2.
Franz Roetzsch.
That gives him a 2-1 lead. And just going back to those exhibitions and things, and
Full
it
leg
goes
is
back
Josh to
to
throw
how
first.
people approach certain situations. And, you know, we see it a lot in the group phases here as well. I'm one of them people that personally, if I'm going to put my shirt on and I'm going to go up there, it's,
59.
it's not exhibition, it's not a show. I want to win.
Yeah, because depending on the type of show you do as well, you know, the old school type of exhibitions, which I
137.
used to really enjoy. If you get someone up there that maybe aren't players or don't, that just sort of occasionally pick darts up, but loves to play. You can have a great bit of
180.
fun with them. But a lot of the new shows we do, they are seriously competitive.
It'll be an
60.
opportunity to share practice rooms with the best players in the world, Michael van Gerwen, Price, to name just a few. And I'm going to be doing that on a regular basis. So very good for the rehab and for the long-term plan.
134.
Yeah, I thought I was fairly good in practice until I spent a night on the board with Gezi, Johnny Clayton and Luke Humphries. I thought I hit a lot of 180s.
Let's require 128.
Dear, oh dear. Absolutely remarkable. I was having a conversation with Luke Humphries, and we were just literally chatting, and he's sort of throwing, looking around at me, and it's 180, 140, 140, 180, 180. And Gezi and Johnny Clayton are no different.
100.
That's why they're
Just required 28.
all at the top of the tree, I suppose.
Game shot on the
That will
fourth
make
leg. Josh
Josh
Payne.
feel a whole lot better. A 13 dart hold to level things up. Still going to need a break.
Fifth leg is France to throw
But
first.
considering Franz has missed so many darts at doubles, he's averaging 85.66.
81.
And his doubling again leaves a lot to be desired.
57.
11 missed darts at doubles and still a mid-80s average. In the scoring stakes,
85.
8 for Josh, 9 for Franz.
That's what's bought him that
57.
extra few handfuls at a double, really.
Yep.
That and these visits from Josh, where he just has a couple of back-to-backs where
101.
fails to find a treble.
Be the first to admit he's been nowhere near his top of his A
43.
game today, but he's managed the situation well. And if he can get a win here, and he comes out with 8 points, which is just the one
58.
defeat across the course of the day, I think he'd be very satisfied.
Especially when that defeat was in the standout game of the day, that game with Thibault Tricole.
140.
Yeah, nearly a combined average of 200, wasn't it? Yeah. 101.29, was it?
101.79 against a 98 from Josh Payne.
Yeah, that was a cracking match.
96. Financial requires
Of course,
76.
Thibault with an 80% checkout success, 4 out of 5. Reduced the opportunities handed to Josh. Tops for a hold.
36.
Speaking about
Joshua
reduced
require
opportunities, this game's
108.
getting reduced opportunities for Josh Payne to get the breaker throw.
Running out of legs.
Running out of time, he's going to need the treble here.
Game
That's a
shot on the fifth
different
leg.
way.
Well, I
Josh
like
Payne.
it because there was no point going for that treble 19. As you can see, it was blocked out. I know it looks left, but the dart had gone in at
Sibling
such
is
an
Josh
angle,
to throw
it was almost
first.
across the treble 19 bed,
Game on.
or the route the dart would take towards the treble 19. They made a choice with a 51 for double 19, all at the bottom of the board.
It's clearly something he's done before.
Yeah.
He didn't have to think about that. And I'm guessing with that, with the darts
100.
that stand up like they do, he's obviously been in that situation before where he's blocked that bed, and that's been his go-to cover shot because there was no contemplating, there was no working it out, it was
60.
just bang, bang.
Yeah, I had a very similar thing back in the day on one of my final sort of deep runs into a pro tour. I reached the semi-finals, losing out to
60.
Terry Jenkins in the end. But early on that day, I played Simon Whitlock in a match, literally less than a week before it. I won 120.
60.
The first dart, I just literally couldn't see the treble, and I went ball and hit it. And I was playing Simon. It was exactly a dart like that, and I did it again, and I hit the ball.
Simon took that to a
57.
new level, didn't he? When
Yeah.
they just went for the three balls.
Yeah. Yeah, I was chatting to him about that last night. He was having a right laugh. And it's something that he's done literally countless times now.
100.
When he did it in that Euro tour, and then a couple of days later in the local singles league, he did it again in the semi-final.
100.
She'll be looking to get this wrapped up here. He's got the cushion. Got the advantage of the throw.
100.
That day when I did that to Simon, I had a great day. I beat Simon, beat Gary Anderson, beat Michael Van Gerwen, beat Jelle Klassen. There's someone else in the mix as well.
100.
One of those days where we all have them. You can throw them off the lampshades and they still go in the desired target. Going to be a bit of pressure on the 84 to wrap this one up.
97. Josh require 84.
Both 184, but the advantage of throw means that Josh Payne will be having first pop at it. 14 for the ball.
59.
Close to every target.
Contra require 84.
Matter of mil away from each one. Oh, treble 16, double 18. Oh, of course, yeah, he likes the ball. Tops.
64.
I mean, in that situation, you
Just
hoping you hit the ball to
25.
leave the rarely seen double 17. Should be.
17.
Yeah, that little wry smile sums up his feelings about that one.
So to extend the game,
France require
take us all
20.
the way to a last leg shootout. 20 points. Double 5. Long way off. That is no help.
10.
That look on Josh's
Josh
face.
require 8.
I can read what exactly he's thinking. He's thinking, oh, this is going to go in.
Game shot
But
and the
that
match.
has gone in.
Josh
and it
Payne.
is Josh Payne who gets the win. 4 legs to 2. He moves on to 8 points plus 6, an average in the mid-80s. 40% on the doubles. And that lovely game-changing 108 finish. Our final match of the session of this Group C. Coming up next, Thibault Tricole against Steve Haggerty.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the bookmakers' favourite to win the group will finish the night top of the pile, as Josh Payne got the better of Franz Roetzsch by 4 legs to 2 in our penultimate match of the afternoon session. Let's have a look at the match stats and the story of it. Josh Payne getting a high check at a 108 en route to victory. 4 out of 8 on the doubles, 50%, and an average of 85.82. It has been an impressive day for Josh Payne all in all. There was one little blot earlier on in the day, but he has been impressive. There he is, 8 points to his name. He cannot be caught overnight, so he's going to be the player at the top of the table going into tomorrow morning's session. Just one more game to go then on this Thursday morning marathon of darts. It's Thibault Tricole up against Steve Haggerty. The winner of this particular match will join Davy Proosten on 6 points. And so let's get the action underway then in our final match of this afternoon session. Matthew Egg and Chris Mason are in the commentary box. And as Tiesto once said, let's get down to business.
Well, the business today is Josh Payne, and he will be our overnight leader, as you said, Henry. And all in all, pretty much as we expected from him. That's for sure, Matt.
Yeah, he's only lost the one game.
Hey, first leg, it's Thibault to
Wasn't really
throw
much more he could do in that one. A
Game
98
on.
average.
Yeah, if you're gonna, if the one match you're gonna lose, you average 98 in. You can't have too many qualms. But one thing for sure, I'm not sure
100.
how much these players will know about Josh Payne, but if they think they've saw the best of him today, look out, because
46.
there is bundles more in the locker. Both these players on 4 points. Thibault 4 points plus 2. Stevie Haggerty
100.
4 points and 0 leg difference. For me, the
60.
loser of this one will have a lot to do, but it is a very, very tight group. But I think Dave
100.
Prins is pretty much out of the equation. Mathematically, of course, he can
140.
still get to second position, but I think it would be extremely unlikely.
Well, this is part of the group, really, is where we get the marker pen out and we can start putting lines through on both ends. You know,
105.
if we look tomorrow and if Josh Payne starts off with a win against Franz tomorrow, and we can start maybe thinking about Josh Payne
100. He will require
Joining.
96.
getting marker penned and Franz getting marker penned as well, because he'll be down to just 4 games left with the points that he's got on the board.
Yeah, we can
56. Stevie
almost start to map out
155.
who will be joining Lucas Vennig.
79. He will require
Who
40.
thought darts and we'd have 2 of them in the final on a Saturday night.
Game shot on the first leg. Thibault Tricole.
2 absolute units as Thibault opens up with a
Second
heavy
leg is
enough
Steve to throw
17
first.
dart hold.
Very much the evolution of darts, though, as well, isn't it? We're getting a more slim line dart player.
45.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Chris Dobie, and of course, speaking about Luke Humphries a little earlier, he sort of took himself away and
100.
reinvented himself, got himself fit, lost a ton of weight, and look where his career has gone.
140.
Not by accident.
That comes down to everything we were saying earlier when we said about what advice would you give a player.
121.
And we speak about that diary management and everything that comes with that.
Yeah, it's part and parcel, isn't it?
It's very hard on the
98.
road. It is effort.
I mean, back in the day, you sort of, like I say, going back and do the exhibition, you have a few pints, no doubt. and
100.
what's the only thing open when you're hungry? You know, it was a kebab shop or a Chinese or a chippy. You'd sleep on that, get up in the
100.
morning, have a fry up. You know, there was no real healthy options, and then you'd be back on the road. You grab something to eat en route, turn up at the venue, another
100.
gallon of
Stevie
ale and another
180.
kebab or a curry, and that's what it was like.
And wherever these events traditionally played, arenas,
Game shot on the
arenas,
second
burgers,
leg.
pies,
Steve
hot dogs.
Fast
Haggerty.
food.
Yeah. You certainly don't.
Carb-loaded and processed rubbish, really.
Third leg, it's Thibault to throw
A burger
first.
that's about 22% meat.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
do like them though as
59.
well. I like a naughty burger. Coming across a right foodie this week, actually, aren't I?
57. 100.
Well, Nico is an absolute proper foodie. He makes proper posh food. My goodness, does he do it well as well?
140.
And, occasionally sends me recipes, and there was one a while ago about making your own lamb burger in a brioche bun, and it was
81.
absolutely mind-blowingly good.
$78.
I'm sure when I'm on with him for a week in our house, he will be treating us to some gouty food, washed down with some gouty red
100.
wine.
$90.70. We record 161.
I'll take it now. So you have the shot on 129. 129 is always an interesting
65.
one.
Steve, you
because
record
in the
129.
treble 19, the temptations to go on the double 16.
Yeah, it's one of those sometimes that
57. We require
I think, well,
96.
if I don't hit the treble, I'm not that bothered. I'd rather just keep it simple and go 60 ball. Double 18.
Game shot on the
This is
third
some
leg.
lovely finishing.
Thibault
From
Tricole.
Thibault Tricole, 2 out of 3. Averaging 92.
Fourth leg, it's
Haggerty.
Steve to throw first.
Not going along bad. And that 118 finish. He's 100% on his doubles. He's averaging over 90.
125.
And a few more double trouble visits.
60.
It's interesting, isn't it? We say like no two games are the same. If we take a look back at the Tricole Dave Prins game, Tricole 9.52% on the doubles, 2 out of 21. That's when he hit the 5 180s earlier on. And no two games are the same. Does he go back to the practice room and sort of, has he worked on that, or does he just sit and forget?
I would sort of just have a move around the board, and you know that you've got the feel, and obviously the practice boards are identical to the stage boards in terms of height and length, and it can just, like I say, it's that infectiousness of hitting and missing.
Just get a bit of mastery going. Shoot around the board, get the length, get the widest points. Yeah,
and tend to sort of go up and down, and just so they feel like they're on the end of your throw every time.
Tops, double 3, double 11, double 6. Get the range of the board.
40. See, we require 120.
Hoping he gets a dart of tops here. Do that, he's going to need a treble. That's a good lie.
Yeah, not bad for him.
60. Stevie
Underpitched,
require
overpitched.
40.
There's a Mr. Dart of the double. In this game, he's only had one. Got a handful here.
20.
You need more than a handful.
Thibault requires 60.
Offers Thibault the opportunity to do the other half of that 120 combination.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Does so
Thibault
successfully.
Tricole.
Yeah, 17 dart. Break a throw, meaning he has the honour
It's Thibault
to serve
to
it
throw
out.
first.
He's walking around like a guy who's got up on Christmas Day, walked in the living room, and Santa's not turned up. Doesn't seem too happy.
100.
Looks like a 10-year-old lad who's just been told, oh no, I can't say it. It was about Santa, just in case kids are watching. Enough hate for me already. Jeez.
81.
Ton and 81, down to 320.
140.
He looked like he was almost out of the leg already, and then finds his fourth 140.
60.
13 scores of a ton or more for Thibault, 10 for Haggerty.
57.
He was looking for 719s at least to leave the 170. Got to go ball.
125.
For a biscuit. And the treble to leave 135.
60. Thibault, you require 135.
Don't forget, tonight we're back on air with Group B from 10 o'clock.
49.
Gavin Carlin against Scott Baker. Promises to be a quick one.
86.
Leaves
Thibault,
a
you
ton.
require 86.
Stay there for the ball. Double 7.
Game shot and the match.
Thibault Tricole
Thibault Tricole
does pick up his 3rd win of the day. He moves on to 6 points plus 5. Stevie, 4 points minus 3. There, the average is 89.81 for Thibault. Steve Haggerty, 86.04. Not on 180 in the game, but look at that finishing. 4 out of 5, 80%. Right, let's get the thoughts with Matt Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Thibault Tricole winning our final game of the afternoon session. Matthew Edgar has joined me up here on the balcony to review exactly what we've seen today. And we can't really start without talking about Josh Payne. 4 wins from 5 and victories in different manners as well.
Winners win, don't they? It doesn't matter how they do it, they just end up winning. And Josh has a habit of winning down here. Whether he plays well or he doesn't play well, he wins. And he's done that again today. 4 out of 5 puts him in a very, very strong position. He needs a couple of wins tomorrow, I think, and that'll see him through to Saturday. And no doubt that would be what he'd have expected as a minimum coming here.
Elsewhere in the field, do you feel like perhaps inconsistency has plagued them at times?
That's been the story, really, of the week so far. The players that certainly come out of Group A into this group are here because of inconsistency. Not because they're not good dart players or because they can't hit certain heights. It's because they're not doing it often enough. Missing silly shots, missing big numbers. That's what's letting them down, and it's let them down a little bit again today on that. And certainly on the outer ring. This has been a day for missed doubles.
Indeed it has. Let's have a look then at the overnight table then here in Group C. As you can see, Josh Payne will lead the way on 8 points, and then you've got Tricole and Proosten both on 6 points. Will Tricole feel as if maybe he could be on 8 himself?
I think you could see from the reaction from him at the end of the game and during that game, he just didn't seem happy, even with winning and getting the results. He's got an okay leg difference there when you look at the rest of the group, but 6 points. Davy Proosten just behind him, also on 6 points. We don't know what we're going to see from Davy. Davy doesn't know what Davy's going to do, so we can't really predict it too well either. I think Tricole's going to be extremely happy with that position when he gets home and he looks at it properly.
Dave Prins overnight, what does he have to do?
I don't know if there's much he can do from this point now. We get to the point where we're going to pull the marker pen out and start rubbing people out, and I think we're probably there already for Dave Prins. If anything, I'd say it's been a bit disappointing from Dave Prins. We all expected quite a lot from him. I had him down for potentially finishing second behind Josh Payne in this. We said at the start that the 2 players coming into this group could be the 2 to watch in this, and he'll be extremely disappointed to find himself bottom.
For you, has Josh Payne got 1 foot in the final when you consider everybody around him have cancelled each other out?
Absolutely. Especially when you look at this group. Players are going to beat each other. No one's shown us enough in the consistency department to suggest that they're going to go on a run where they're going to do what Josh has done today, taking 4 or potentially 5 games, which means we're really only looking at those top 3 unless something can change drastically overnight.
And so away from Josh Payne, who's shown enough for you following the first day's action to really make a charge tomorrow?
I like Tricole. He had that 101 average against Josh. He had a 91 in his opening game. That was good and solid in there. The only thing that's letting him down is those doubles. If he gets those right, it's going to be Josh and Tricole going through this group.
Well, we've still got 1 more session of darts to go this evening. Looking forward to it?
Should be a good night tonight, actually. There's some good pacey players in there, some big hitters. There's going to be a lot of scores, a lot of 180s. I think this should be a good action night. And do you know what? Normally you can put 1 or 2 players through already, and you say you're playing for 1 or 2 places. There's 3 places for grabs because any one of these 5 could take it.
Well, it's certainly time for us to get some food. Is it chicken korma for you?
I think it's going to be battered sausage, chips and curry sauce.
You go and enjoy it. We're going to be back at 10 o'clock this evening for the beginning of Group B here at the MODUS Super Series as Josh Payne applies maximum pressure on the rest in Group C. Bye-bye for now.